Shut up and sit down.
It's the third endurance round for the ChampCar iRacing series in 2023. It's 4.5 hours of Mid-Ohio sports car course in the turbocharged front-wheel drive touring cars. Some familiar ChampCar names and also some familiar sim racing names on the grid for this endurance race. And as per the others, there is a $150 ChampCar prize to the winning team in this race. And then also it sets them up, it scores them positions for the fourth and final race of the year in the Endurance Championship, where there's also an extra $150 of ChampCar Series credit prize money going out. And also just a great excuse to get your teammates together, get on iRacing and go racing with some like-minded people. Thanks for joining us here for our live coverage on HJBC. Live timing is at hjbc.live, so if you want to follow one of your teammates, one of your friends, you can hop on and check that out. Qualifying's underway right now. I'm David Haynes with Devin Peters, Michael Derby, our producer. What are we looking for over the next 4.5 hours, Devin?
I think as always, you're going to be looking for the team that can be the most consistent. Mid-Ohio is a high-speed track. It's a place where it can be challenging to pass. And so making sure that you're using not just your sprint racing brain, but your endurance brain is going to be the key, keeping it clean. And these TCRs, you know, they're aero sensitive, they're fast, and they tend to shatter a little bit if you make contact too. So you'll lose a little bit of that aero performance if you make too much contact. So I'm excited to see what the teams will bring to the table today, and we'll see who's the real master of the front wheel drive half of the series today.
Well, we've got all four possible cars represented. We're looking at the Audi RS3 of Team Salem and Will Nonamaker. At the moment, well, he's got the qualifying duties. We've seen before, sometimes the qualifying driver starts, but not necessarily always. Sometimes one driver qualifies, they put their other driver in to start and then save maybe that quickest qualifying driver for then later on in the race. Always some strategy around that. But at the moment, pole position belongs to the Hyundai Veloster of Love Racing, Colin Lounsbury, doing the qualifying honours in the 647. He's just eclipsed right now by 212 Racing, and these are some new names to us. Yeah,
best part of the ChampCar iRacing series is not just the chance to meet some of the real teams and drivers that are out on the track, but also to sort of get your entry into this series and make some new friends from the sim racing world. So we got all kinds of different teams out here, different names that we haven't seen before. And just like in a real ChampCar race, not knowing who you're racing against can be one of the trickier parts of getting around a track like this. So you got to make sure that you kind of measure up the guy ahead as you catch up to him.
Qualifying order changing with each passing lap as the drivers get more confidence and just push a little bit harder through this session, and also maybe burn off a little bit of fuel. So really slow motion racing went to the top. Colin Lounsbury took it back again. We're looking at Spinny Boys right now. They currently sit in third. They've broken off from their buddies in family planning, so it's just Spinny Boys this time around, and they're in one of the Honda Civic Type Rs.
Yeah, and different TCRs, of course, suited a little bit more to different tracks, so we'll have to see which one's the fastest, not just over one lap, but over a stint. But Love Racing's out there putting in some pretty quick laps. In particular, that third sector was flying. A 33.2 puts them almost 4/10 ahead of the next best sector.
And Colin's in that final part of the lap right there where you're never quite sure what line you want to take through there. Is it a late apex? Do you want to hug it tight all the way around? Regardless, you've got to put the power down off well, and that will be an improved lap time for Colin Lounsbury. Goes to a 1:30.9, but there was still plenty of time left in this session for others to fight back. Spinny Boys have been dropped down to fourth as our friends at Drive Trainer Motorsport have jumped up into third place. 212 Racing in fifth, but looking to improve at the moment. And Will Nonamaker finding his groove in the Team Salem Audi still at the moment.
Yeah, a couple last minute losses from the field today. I will do the honors of reminding anyone who wants to participate in our series that it's completely free to join, but you have to have your teams in order before you join the race. So make sure you get all your drivers signed up to the team. Make sure all the drivers join with the same team. I'm not going to name any names, but that was a challenge for some folks today. And you're free to come out and have some fun. And that's not just for our endurance series races. That's also for our sprint series races. So lots of opportunities to come out and have a great time. And if you're a little bit lucky, like these teams are hoping today, you might have the shot at winning some ChampCar money to take you racing in the real world.
Forum.champcar.org, the iRacing section for the championship is right up the top of that board, and all the information's there. The schedule and how to enter is pinned. You'll find the threads for the most recent races there as well, and there's always lots of discussion on the Discord as well, so that's great. 2-on-2 Racing looking to improve. I think what we're seeing is a few of the drivers finding maybe they've found the end of the peak performance of their tyres, and they're looking for a second set for a second run in the back half of this qualifying session.
Yeah, while we were plugging the series, really slow motion racing came through and put themselves back on top of the scoring, only 7 hundredths ahead of Love Racing, so looking to be a tight battle at the top there. They did it on the back of a really fast final sector at 18.4, so kind of trading blows, and like I was saying earlier, different cars will be faster in different parts of the circuit. A lot of variety around this Mid-Ohio course.
Led to believe that almost everyone in the really slow motion racing team is from Hungary, and I think that's they've got flashy headlights going on. I think that's represented in the color and the scheme and the window banner sponsor simracing.hu. So awesome to have those guys with us, and obviously racing very competitively, but they've only got pole by 7 hundredths of a second at the moment. Peter Balassa is looking for this time to improve him. That timing line comes up pretty quick out the final corner as well.
Yeah, not a lot of time for a drag race, that's for sure. iRacing hasn't implemented the slightly different starting line and finishing line either, I don't think.
Or even IndyCar style timing lines for qualifying sessions. That would be interesting, but perhaps a little bit of a distraction.
Yep, but it will mean that we'll get to see the best of these TCRs, and they do love to run together in a pack. And with the big straights we got here at Mid-Ohio, I expect we'll see them running together for a good while. Still got 5 of 6 cars out on the track. Team Salins appears to have decided that was enough for their qualifying and drop back to the pits.
Yeah, 5 cars on track at the moment. Spinny Boys had a purple first sector, which is very short. I think it's from the start-finish line through turn 1 and basically to here before the keyhole corner. So that was on the previous lap. They went fast through there, but the rest of the lap was only so-so and no improvement for the Honda, which is a brand that is very represented around this place.
Yeah, you could say there's a little bit of Honda bannerage around this track, as we see billboards and signs all the way around. Pretty recent scan of this track too, and got a few different fun layouts. I actually learned recently that the funky little oval layout that uses the keyhole as turn 1, 2, and then there's 3, 4 cutting across on the surface road, and then the funny chicane that you can run on the front straight. I'm not sure that's ever actually been run in a real competition ever, so it might be an iRacing unique layout.
The oval or the
on the oval only. I know ChampCar runs
Okay.
The chicane on the front straight.
Good, you had me worried. For a little second. Doesn't look like any improvement still for the Spinny Boys. Tyler Agostino driving.
Yeah, we saw a fast sector from 212 last time by, but like you said, it's kind of critical to get the tires in the right spot, and I'm not sure they are right now. Track temp is 86 Fahrenheit and overcast, so wouldn't expect to see, a ton of overheating tires necessarily today.
And the funny thing is, in these qualifying sessions, you can change driver if you want to. It doesn't look like anyone's opted to do so. I'm still watching those sectors to see if any, improvement comes along here, there, or any surprises. But at the moment, no one improving almost anywhere around the track. Okay, I got to take that back, as the current pole sitters really slow motion racing improve in the first sector, but they're going to have to keep that up all the way through the rest of the lap. Like I pointed out, the first sector is very tiny and it's really only one corner. It's from the braking zone down here at sort of turn 3 and the rest of the way around the lap that you really need the grip and the traction, because the corners sort of come thick and fast. But that's a personal best to this sector as well, so they're up at the moment on the pole time, and there's not much time left in the session either. No problems with traffic there whatsoever, as you saw Drivetrainer Motorsport very respectfully stay out of the way of this hot one.
Yeah, worth mentioning too that this is an open race. Most of our Sprint Series races are closed setup or fixed setup. This is an open series race, so it's possible some of these cars are jumping back to the pits and making last minute adjustments to try and find that little bit extra, and find that they have through the first 2 sectors. Third one, a few hundredths off their best, but we'll watch them through the final corner here and see if they can put it all together in the final sector and get a little more gap to Love Racing in second.
So really slow motion racing should still be up on their timing, on their delta, but they've lost a couple tenths critically in the final hairpin in that section, and therefore that lap was not an improvement, but no one else is finding any improvement, so they stay on pole position for the moment ahead of Love Racing, 212 Racing, Drivetrainer Motorsport, Spinny Boys, and Team Salen.
Yeah, 50 seconds to go, so final laps out there, and not seeing any improvement from anyone just yet, so really slow motion might have done enough. We'll see if there's any shake-up here in the bottom half of the grid, though.
Literally looks like only Spinny Boys could do it at the moment. They've just crossed the line with 20 seconds left on the clock, and so this will count. This will be their final lap in qualifying. It'll be everyone else's final lap as well, but none of them really look to be improving greatly, and the sun comes out right at the end of the session as well. Love Racing have parked it, 212 Racing have parked it, but Spinny Boys still going, Drivetrainer Motorsport still going, and really slow motion racing, current pole sitters, are going to use every second of this session. They are not tracking for any improvement on their lap. Tyler Agostino 2 tenths down in the first sector, 6 tenths down in the second. This is already almost a whole second down off finding an improvement, let alone finding the pole at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, this might be a practice entry on a pit lane kind of lap. But the Spinny Boys, they're out here to have a good time, and of course, known more so for their participation in the beer league, capital B, there. So they're familiar with spinning the wheel to decide which races they race and what combinations they race. But good group of folks. Like I projected, trying out that pit entry. A little bit tricky around here. Got to be committed all the way to that cone if you want to get it right.
Yeah, so that's about to bring an end to qualifying. Really slow motion racing. And their Hyundai Elantra take the pole. Love Racing in second. 212 Racing in third. Drivetrainer Motorsport fourth. Spinny Boys fifth. Team Salen sixth. Registration problems for most Mint. That's why there's 2 of them, and unfortunately neither of them going to be able to start. And then was it technical problems befalling Alex Harrison and David Martin? Yeah,
a couple drivers lost at the last minute, but pleased to have everyone else out for the race today. And if another guy shows up with his car and the car doesn't start, it just means he got a better shot at winning the prize, right?
So you've got all Hyundais on the front row. You've got an Audi alongside a Honda in third. You can see the Spinny Boys Honda. And then the Audi of Team Salem is on the grid as well.
Yeah, it looks pretty balanced too in terms of absolute pace. 4/10 separating the top 5 as we start this shortened pace lap here.
So it's 4.5 hours on the clock for the ChampCar iRacing, 4.5 hours of Mid-Ohio. The turbochargers are ready to go. The front wheels are ready to drive. The pace car is in, and really slow motion racing are going to take us away to start this off. And they immediately drop back onto the racing line before turn number 1, trying to bring the rest of the field through. Oh, a little bit of a nudge and contact between 212 Racing and Drivetrainer Motorsport. A good start from Kyle Robertson in the green Honda as he's jumped a position. And you can see Love Racing needed to get a little bit on the defensive. This is the first time we've seen the cars race together like this, and they can slipstream pretty strongly. Colin Lounsbury's got a great exit off of the keyhole, and look at the race leader Peter Balassa immediately pull to the defensive side of the racetrack.
Tyler Agostino behind is too wide as well with 212 Racing's Tyler Kokeko, so we'll see how this sorts out.
Can you go around the outside here? You can't. You'll find no grip if you're Colin Lounsbury, almost going all the way off the road. Peter Balassa holds on to that race lead with the inside line. Now side by side for second. Drivetrainer Motorsport trying to stay in this. Kyle Robertson, he's already taken one spot off the line. He's trying to take another one on the opening lap, side by side over this crest. The Honda still stays to the inside, looking to just crowd out Lounsbury a little bit, take second place. He will. Drivetrainer Motorsports go into second. Colin Lounsbury, after a ripping turn 2, is on the back foot the whole way. These Hondas are firing up quick.
That's another factor. Different makes, different setups. Whose tires are going to fire up first in this early stint? A little bit of contact here in the back between 212 Racing and Spinny Boys.
Yeah, they lean on each other a little bit there as well. So 212 Racing's made a tiny bit of door-to-door contact with a couple of cars already, with one lap completed. But with all of that going on behind, Peter Balassa and really slow motion racing have gotten out to just a 1.2 second lead. Say Peter Balassa, but we expect to see 2 other drivers in that car as well. Quite a lot of 3 driver combinations throughout the field here.
Yeah, with the 4.5 hour race and the 2 hour drive time limit, it makes a little bit of sense. So we'll see drivers and teams looking to sort of maximize any cautions that might fall today by planning out when and where they're going to make those swaps. We got a slider.
There seems to be no grip offline there. Now it's Drivetrainer Motorsports who go off track, and they have a rough ride coming back on the circuit. They're going to lose out some positions after they gained one there just a lap ago. Love Racing go back into second. Spinny Boys are now the big mover of the field, up into third, and still side by side. Just a little bit of door banging seems to be the way that these cars go racing.
It is a little bit hurtful, you got this nice Canadian guy from Ontario and you're just beating him up, knocking him off, trying to knock him off the track. And he came out in this sponsor-free all-white car. Jeez.
Tyler and Kyle in this part of the field as Kyle Robertson tries to shape him back up. Good racing by Tyler Kokayo there in 212 Racing in a 4th place, and you can see Will Salen just behind there as well, loitering in the picture with that Audi. Race lead remains sort of 1.3 seconds. Lounsbury, he looks like he can go with the lead here for Love Racing.
Yeah, and these were our top 2 qualifiers as well, so both teams opting to put the fast guy in first. And we'll see if that's their fastest guy. A little bit of a moment there from Peter Balassa as he drove over a cone on the front straight, I think.
Yeah, true. All of our gridding drivers were the qualifying drivers, weren't they?
Yeah, a little bit atypical, but with multiple driver changes today, it's entirely possible that we see these guys back again later.
So battle resumed. Tyler Kakayo trying to hold position on Kyle Robertson as the 2-on-2 Racing Audis just ahead of Drivetrainer Motorsports Honda Civic. Now on board with the Civic Type R. A little bit sketchy across the crest and the change of direction, and then into the hairpin to close out the lap. Is the Audi a little bit wide, coming back to that late apex, which might be a quick line in qualifying, but maybe leaves you a little bit vulnerable and tempts someone to throw a bit of a slide.
Yeah, it can. It's always tempting to overdrive these cars because with the amount of aero they have, they really do love getting driven deep into the corners. But being front-wheel drive, they've got to have that kind of really oversteery setup in them to make them go fast. Just a carriage behind the drive wheels, so they can be a little bit tricky to put all the way to the limit.
Sometimes it feels like, caster wheels for rear wheels, and that can be the quick way to drive these really on the nose, using the driven front wheels almost as just sort of thrust vectoring to point the nose where you want it to go and hope the rest follows along. That can be one way of doing it. Is it a good endurance racing way to handle the tires in these cars, though? That could also be the question. Kyle Robertson sort of sat here within a car length for a little bit now, maybe getting a little bit frustrated at the Honda's inability to get around.
Yeah, he's been looking at the inside of those apexes, but it's a track where there's only one or two passing zones. Oh, and he's trying to make it 3. We'll see if he's able to get the move down into turn 1. Really needs to try and time that run, though, for the end of the corner, not the middle of it.
So through turn 1, he gets a little offline there, trying to do something different on the way through. It has not been quick. And Will Moneymaker still just lurking in the background. It's not too far up ahead to Spinny Boys and Love Racing. 32.4 is the lap times for second and third place. A 31.9 from Really Slow Motion Racing, who look like they're just starting to walk away from the rest. So the action is here. 2-on-2 Racing and Drivetrainer Motorsport.
Yeah, those two are definitely keeping each other busy in this early phase of the race. As I was kind of mentioning in the pre-race, though, it's one of those deals where you got to learn what the guy ahead's gonna give you, and where he's slow, where you're fast.
And you mentioned it, they're not just different paint or a different skin on the same car. They all do have their own little quirks, features. They drive differently. The gear ratios are spaced slightly differently. So there are places where one car will be quicker than the other. And it looks like the Honda, at least in the hands of Drivetrainer Motorsport, gets into these corners very deep, rotates very well through the corners, but it's just not quite driving off or pulling in a straight line the same way the Audi is, which is making it frustratingly difficult to pass.
Yeah. Oh, he's trying so hard to get the inside there. Eats the whole curb.
I was going to say they'll rotate differently, they'll ride curbs differently, and they will have strengths in slightly different areas. Some of them, in fact all of them, have got different wheelbase lengths as well, which sort of changes exactly how you want to prioritize it. But one thing, and this is one of my favorite TCR quirks, is every model has the same rear wing and the same front splitter.
Yeah, if you're gonna make one part stock, I guess, might as well. I just enjoy the level of nuance that goes into setting up something like this. Like, you can play with how fast the brake pressure is going to bleed off and what percentage of the pressure is going front and rear. It's just kind of a fun car once you dig into the setup page a little bit.
and nothing on one setup page correlates to what's on a different car. They got different sized, like, proportioning valves and brake cylinders, etc. So the brake bias from one car means nothing on a different car. Some of them, 55% will be super rear, and some of them 55% super front, which of course presents a little bit of a problem if, say, Devon, you're tasked with creating 4 fixed setups for a ChampCar iRacing league.
Like I said, open series here today. Front of the field's going along pretty smoothly. Peter Balassa slowly opening the gap on Love Racing. Over the last few laps, they've managed a little bit of a pace advantage after the two of them got broken up early by that slide by Colin Lounsbury. 2.6 at the line last time by. And then about 5 seconds behind there is Tyler Agostino of the Spinny Boys. And we're getting side-by-side racing here. A little bit of a door bang.
Oh, it's happening here. And look at that Audi again, just pull another car length and a little bit more in a straight line. There's a tiny bit of damage on Kyle Robertson now. He tries to switch back, look to the inside at China Beach. And is there something that we might have missed? The Audi runs wide on the way in there, trying to defend that position. Now over the crest of the hill and back into the right-hander. Oh, don't tease me like this.
Yeah, and Robertson gets the move done while we're watching the replay. Manages to do it over the crest as they head down into Thunder Valley. So finally, Kyle Robertson finds his way ahead. And we'll see if he's got something for Tyler Agostino ahead. He certainly had something for Tyler Kokeko behind. So good stuff there.
It took a little bit. In fact, it might have taken quite a bit. But Drivetrain Motorsports back into 4th. Kyle Robertson has gotten past.
Yeah, being kind of a fun racing series. We've got a couple of fast repairs though. So if the drivetrainer guys decide, they can go and put that fast repair to use at the first pit stop and get that front bumper replaced lightning fast if they need to. That being said, in the past, we've seen teams tend to hold on to those a little bit deeper into the race for more catastrophic events, as you might describe them. In the first half hour of the race, everyone's going to be good and focused, but 3.5 hours in, we'll see when the attention starts to slip. The conversation on the team radio starts to get a little bit less focused, It's the beauty of endurance racing.
Watching these figures, because I definitely got the impression that the Audi was just walking a little bit on the straights compared to the Honda here. But the numbers don't actually seem to reflect that. Both of them clocking the speed trap at a number of kilometers an hour that was identical. It's probably like
137
miles an hour. Okay, good.
Yeah, I think a piece of the puzzle there is that I think you're right that the Audi's pulling a little harder out of the corner, but I think it rolls the corner a little slower than the Hondas do. And so if the Honda has the room to roll the corner, then they'll get that run on the exit. But if they're stuck up behind one of those Audis, they're going to have a hard time, kind of getting to that top speed. And that's what we were seeing with Kyle Robertson. But once he got alongside, he had a little bit more. A little bit sketchy through turn number 1 there, a little bit wide, but he's rolling it again. And actually, we're seeing Tyler close up a little bit here.
And this is one of the bits of Audi RS3 trivia, that this generation of car was offered with and homologated with 2 different gearboxes. There's a 6-speed sequential, like a racing sequential, and then also the road car DSG twin clutch gearbox. And iRacing have the data and use the DSG twin clutch road car gearbox homologated version. And in actuality, the racing sequential version ended up being far more popular and far more widely used. And between those two, they do have sort of different ratios and different such, as the road car DSG one was cheaper to buy, but used to just launch itself after about 3,000 miles.
Yeah, not a good characteristic for those gearboxes there. But The other advantage was that when they were homologated with those DSG gearboxes, they were 20 kilos lighter, thereabouts, than the sequential version. So it, a tempting consideration in these closely balanced classes, to have that little bit of a weight edge.
Because, well, everything else about the cars was perfectly identical and you could swap between one or the other. It did count as 2 different homologations, so on a balanced performance sheet, they could have different balance of performance depending on what gearbox was in. And of course, it creates a slightly different characteristic to the car based on the ratios and the speed of the shift. One of them might be better in a straight line than the other, so you need to maybe bop for that a little bit to keep them within the window. But Robertson, now that he's through and past, these two have picked up a little bit of speed when they're not fighting each other. Pulled 6/10 out of Spinny Boy's last lap, and sitting in that slipstream there, the 212 Racing Audi is managing to go with Kyle Robertson as well. I'm not a international negotiator or a marriage therapist, but do you think they could have achieved more if they'd come to a peaceful resolution earlier on?
Something like that. They're certainly benefiting from the collaboration, and that gap is closing up ahead of them. It will be interesting to see what Agostino's got once they get up a little bit closer, because another consideration is anyone going to be double stinting today? We're going to see any of that kind of thing going on to speed up those pit stops. So will be some things yet to solve here today.
Field all crossing the line once again, which updates the lap times, and Spinny Boys have managed to find a little bit more that they didn't have, so they've just matched their best of the race, a 131.8. Love Racing matching their best again, also a 131.8. Your race leaders have a 131.6. So whatever happened on the last lap for Tyler Agostino, he lost a little bit of time, but now he's back at his best, and that lap was personal best for car we ride on board with. Drive Trainer Motorsport in 4th with Kyle Robertson, and just a little off for 212 Racing. Team Salem within a couple of tenths of their best lap there as well. Will Nonamaker being very consistent there. I think it's fair to say that the back half of this race still remains a very significant wild card, though, because between the best drivers in right now, there's only a couple tenths of a second per lap difference. And yeah, everyone who were the qualifying drivers that you might think of as, the guns or the A drivers started this race. You've got to have at least 2 drivers, and it kind of stands to reason that the least time that one of your other drivers could drive in this race is about an hour. And with the 3 driver lineups, a lot could change in the next stint, in the later stints.
Yeah, I think we've all been on a team where, you've got your 2 fast guys or your 3 fast guys and that other guy. It might be a renter, or who knows. So there's definitely some wild cards left to get in the seats, and we'll find out who the wild card is today. I would say that at least superficially, the edge in terms of real racing experience in that Tyler versus Kyle battle we were watching earlier has to go to Kyle's side with experiences at Sebring, Laguna Seca, Watkins Glen, Daytona. He's a guy who's gotten around.
Last lap. Personal bests from Spinny Boy. So I thought that maybe Kyle Robertson, when he got into his rhythm, might be able to catch into 3rd, but all of a sudden it's going well in this stage for Spinny Boys. And yeah, we'll say it, they're both in the Honda Civic, but they're not going to have identical setup, so they will still, between the same model of car, have slightly different strengths throughout one lap and throughout a stint as well. What are the kind of things you might change for one lap pace versus, the long stints that these cars are capable of?
Well, obviously you'd pull the fuel out of it. I'm going to guess that everyone probably, filled those tanks to the brims at the start of the race today. But you could do anything, whether it's slamming a little bit more camber in there, maybe a little bit more tire pressure just to try to get the thing up to maximum pace right away. The other thing, and actually a friend of mine had an experience with this the other day, you could put a little bit more rear brake bias in it to try and get it rotating a little bit more on edge. But it's really important to make sure that you take that brake bias back out when you go to the real racing setup, because as a friend of mine discovered, if you leave 3.5 extra turns of rear brake bias in the car, and then the next guy gets in, all of a sudden they're going to go and lose a splitter or worse.
So I notice that, we are still, more than a second a lap away from the qualifying times that these teams set. And a lot of that could come down to even just the fuel weight. Like you say, you would start this race with the tanks full, and they are, I'm going to guess, 28 gallons. I know they're basically, all of these cars are 100-litre tanks, and that is a lot of weight of fuel. It's probably about 150 pounds of fuel, potentially the difference between quali spec and the start of this race spec, which is significant in the little hatchbacks, as it is in almost any car.
Yeah, ostensibly these things are all right around the 330 horse mark, which is pretty good for a hatchback. But you definitely, with that level of power, you notice that extra weight in the car for sure.
And it's not about whether you notice it, it's about whether the stopwatch notices it. And I think it sure does. The stopwatch loves to notice 10 or 20 pounds difference. It'll show up. So who's making progress in what direction?
Well, it has been kind of interesting to see Peter Balasas continuing to hold down the fort at the front of the track, or front of the train here, but it is actually interesting that the Spinny Boys, after seeing perhaps that the drive trainer guys have been released behind them, have found enough pace that they're basically on tempo with Love Racing ahead. So we definitely saw that in the qualifying, where they qualified, I don't know what, 4/10ths apart. But will be interesting to see over the course of the race, and with the second and third drivers, if that Spinny Boys car can get a little bit closer to the front, not just be on the podium, but be battling for the front. And then the Salem guys are running their kind of consistent strategy at the back right now, 6th place on the track, and running a few, I would say about half second to a second a lap slower than the rest of the field. So maybe doing a little bit more of that, early conservation. With the possibility of yellow flags, you really don't have to worry that hard about the race or about all that until you're on the verge of going down the lap. Plenty long around here at Mid-Ohio, so it'll be a little while before that becomes a consideration. About 25 seconds from the front of the grid to the back right now.
By the stopwatch, the closest gap is still between 3rd and 4th, and of course with the leaders are slowly eking out. It's still only 4.5 seconds, which could all evaporate in one little mistake. We've seen how slippery the track seems to be off the racing line in places around here as well. You can end up on quite a little adventure away from the racing line. So for Agostino and Robertson, it's so important for both of them to be consistent right now. And the biggest consistent thing is that Kyle Robertson is finding a little bit more speed lap to lap to lap. Found a 1:31.4 last lap, which is, I think, the second fastest lap of the race total, only bettered by one quick lap from Peter Balassa. So the last one was good for Robertson, and it has been a little inconsistent from Agostino. His good laps are good, but every second or third lap seems to just have a little mistake that costs 3 or 4 tenths. So I think on trend, Drivetrain and Motorsport are getting closer.
Yeah, I think all the teams that have been doing ChampCar for a while have some sort of mechanism, whether it's a spreadsheet or some other fancy application, to figure out who's got the not just the fastest of the day, but the fastest average of the day, because that starts to become pretty important. Um, and yeah, right now I'd say that you're right that Robertson is winning that battle by a little bit, tenth of a second over the last 5 laps, and closing in average.
Or maybe we should add average last 5 as a column to hjbc.live. I know you can do it on other timings, but I guess that's kind of what we're talking about or thinking about trying to measure at this point is, you know, where's the trend? Where's the trend going? And I think it's slightly in favor of drivetrain motorsport at the moment. Sun's out as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, as you mentioned, I'm not sure we've said it yet, but if you want to follow along with the live timing, you don't have to pay for Race Monitor or anything like that. You can check it out on hjbc.live, and you'll see our timing screen that shows you all the goods, things like the Spinny Boys being up 2 spots, and the I ratings of the guys in the cars right now, so you can see sort of where you might fit in if you want to come out and join us, and have your shot at $150 champ credit in this in this race, or whether that's in the sprint series races that we do.
Can't tell if it's Nick Love or Sean Saputra, but I'm gonna guess Nick Love, telling us that it's a little bit of a voyage into the unknown. They've tested how quick their car is. They have not tested what the tyres, probably particularly the front tyres, are like after an hour or more stint. So it's their little journey into the unknown at the moment as the only Hyundai Veloster on track. Your favourite, more doors on one side than on the other, like a school bus race car.
They really are neat little things.
This is, I guess, the way things are compartmentalized and stored in my brain is the only person I know who owns one is a flight attendant. So if other, little hot hatches and sports cars are hairdresser cars, then this is a flight attendant car to me.
Feels a little bit hurtful. You would have caught it just on the corner of the screen as we were watching Love Racing there, but Peter Balassa took it really deep into the keyhole that time. Lost, must have been a few tenths as he kind of drifted it around the outside. So always a little bit of a tricky corner, and that car is really starting to look loose as he slides it again going into China Beach. You can be pretty hard on your rear tires in one of these things and not pay the price immediately, but you got to wonder how many of these teams actually did do that full stint, multi-stint testing leading up to the race to find out what the car's going to feel like 20 or 30 laps in on a full load of fuel.
Yeah, we're approaching 30 minutes of non-stop racing, and also the sun is out and the track is heating up just a little bit. Oh well, yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say the forecast in real world Mid-Ohio is only calling for a high of 77 today, but in the simulator we're already up to 81 degrees, and it might very well go up as we tick over to noon o'clock in about 20 minutes in the simulator here. Pretty humid day out there too, and the wind has kind of been all over the place. It was really gusty at the start of the qualifying, but once we get a little deeper into the race here, we'll see it's sitting at 14 miles an hour, 15 miles an hour as we're racing here today. But the direction of that wind is going to be really important because, as I keep on saying, these TCRs are aero cars. They might look like your hot hatches, but they're aero cars. And so if the wind flips around, all of a sudden your braking points are going to move a whole bunch.
One of the big adjustments you do make with these cars is the rake. Do you have the tail up high and the nose down low, or do you keep the car more flat? And that affects how the weight transfers. It affects the aerodynamics as well, and I get the vibe that for a sprint race you would put a lot more rake into it.
Yeah, I'd be willing to bet to that. Is a little bit of a trick around here though, because you put more rake and you get the rear wing up more into the airstream too, so it can be tricky. As always, there's always a lot of angles to think about when you're building the setups. Things spreading out though now. Got 5 seconds between first and second, 5 between second and third, 3 between third and fourth, and spreading out from there.
So a little view into the ratios of the DSG gearbox is that first and second are way too short. You never ever use them. Third gear is basically first gear, and then I don't think they see a whole lot of sixth gear either, whereas some of the other cars have a much more racing gearbox ratio style where you do get through all of them. Team Salin. Who else are we expecting to see in the 943, Devon? Is it Giebler?
I'm honestly not sure. They actually haven't registered a second driver yet, so I'm hoping for their sake that their second driver shows up before the 2-hour time limit becomes a problem for them, but I'm sure they will. On my registration sheet, who do I got? I got, it looks like Wayne and Bill. It's going to be Bill who we're expecting to be the second driver in that one.
Okay.
And I mean, talk about an experienced team. The Salem guy's been racing since 1984. Probably a little less experience in the virtual world than most folks, but no shortage of wheel-to-wheel racing in the real world, that's for sure.
Definitely remember that our recurring drivers, Tim Wire and Ian Giebler, did actually practice for this one, but I guess we're not going to see them in the race, unfortunately.
Yeah, always, like I said, the team management system in iRacing is not the most user-friendly. Worth practicing that a few times. We always host a couple of practice sessions for these races, so it will be it's never a bad idea to show up for the practice session just to make sure you know which buttons to click when you register for a team race.
Wednesday's practice session was a team session as well, so registering for that, exactly the same process as registering for this race. Cycle through the field once more. Really slow motion racing lead the way. I went to rsmracing.hu and there's nothing interesting there, unfortunately. I was ready to practice my finest Hungarian and no such luck, unfortunately. They lead by 5.6 seconds over Love Racing. Colin Lounsbury in the Veloster. Spinny Boys in third. Last lap wasn't bad at all for Tyler Agostino. And he's gone from being just about 2 seconds to now being kind of 2.5, it's almost 3, bordering on 3 seconds ahead of Drivetrainer Motorsport, which is still Kyle Robertson. Managing to pull away from and drop 2-1-2 Racing though after the couple laps of scrapping that they had earlier on. And then we were just checking in on Team Salem. Yeah, third gear is your first gear if you're in an Audi RS3.
I'm having fun scoping out and creeping on our drivers. So I'm seeing Tyler's got looks like a Saturn SC1 that appears to be prepped for some racing. Tyler Kokeko with with 2-1-2 Racing. So just trying to get a beat on our teams, who we got out here. New faces and familiar faces, of course. Ride along with Colin Lounsbury and that Love Racing crew. We see lots of them out.
And they've just found a really hot lap at a 1:31.3. So sun's coming and going, but drivers are finding a little bit of time as they keep burning off the fuel. Like I said, it's 25 gallons of fuel way. I gave a really rough estimate before, but I'll kind of look into it now.
Yep, I think 26 is about the right number for most of them, gallons-wise. Lounsbury quick in the simulator, must be said. Not a ton of experience in the real world. By the sounds of things, about 4 or 5 real ChampCar races for him. But a go-kart guy. And that go-kart stuff always seems to transfer well to the simulator, doesn't it?
I'd say so.
And with a car like the TCRs here, they short wheelbases, all that, they like to drive not dissimilarly. Though catching them once they go over the limit is obviously a little bit different.
Oh, catching it past the limit is just mash the throttle. That's the front wheel drive way. If in doubt, flat out.
Yeah, but you get this habit with the rear-wheel drive cars where you want to steer into the slide and you got to do the opposite, right? So you got to untrain yourself a little bit when you're switching between them. As far as I know, there's no front-wheel drive go-karts that get raced regularly anywhere in the US.
Yeah.
That'd be terrifying. Already uncomfortable enough having a full tank of fuel between your legs,
Oh yeah, that's the other thing with the this gearbox on the Audi RS3 is that it is very, very easy to, at some tracks, hit the limiter at the top of 6th. You can't race at Bathurst and not bang the limiter at the top of 6th. And there's a bunch of other tracks. Like I think if we took these cars to Road America, the same thing would happen. Anywhere that there's long straights, just a little bit of slipstream, and the Audi loves to just run out of ratio. Daytona's the same.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see everyone lap and lap after lap. We're seeing 136, 137, 137 as the top speeds across the line. Interesting enough, last time by that 212 racing car ran a 138 as the top speed without a draft, which I think is the fastest time that I've seen, or the fastest top speed I've seen anyone hit today.
Again, you can, lower the rear a little bit, flatten it all out, try to make it into a little bit of a speed demon, but then you compromise your tire life a little bit. You compromise the rotation, so it is a game of try to pick where you want your strengths to be.
Track continues to speed up too. A little bit more track temp out there, but I'd say the bigger factor is the fuel burn off. We got the leader running a 131.3 last time by, best lap of 131.2. So getting closer and closer to those qualifying laps as they run their way through the session. And really evenly matched, again, it must be said, between Love Racing and really slow motion racing. It's like one gains a 10th, the other gains a 10th. They kind of go back and forth like that all the way around.
Lead across the line, remaining very, very consistent in the lap times, and getting a big yummy bite of that apex curbing that protects the pit exit on the inside of turn number 1, just as you pop underneath the a road bridge that gives infield access.
You been to Mid-Ohio before?
Yep.
When'd you go? I've never been.
2019 for the IndyCar race. And it was relatively busy then. I imagine it's probably even busier now if you go to that same race. My most enduring memory is at the outside of the keyhole. There was a gentleman who'd been set up in the shade all day, and for 90 laps, every time Scott Dixon went past, he would raise his voice and hurl obscenities at Scott Dixon as if Scott Dixon could hear him. But every lap, like clockwork, it was, "You suck, Scott Dixon!" I was like, man, I don't want to tell you how to live your life because you seem to be having fun, but that's just not how I enjoy the racing. But there's someone out there, ready to. That's how they live. every lap for 90 laps.
There's a lot of right ways to watch
I hate you, Scott Dixon.
That's funny. That was good stuff.
Scott Dixon, that guy in Indy at Taco Bell should have robbed you harder, Scott Dixon.
Ooh.
Yeah, that was. I remember that. It's etched in my memory.
Yeah, I understand why. I got nothing. Spend more time at amateur races than I have watching other people go around real racetracks. Pretty status quo out there. The gap that was closing between Spinny Boys and Drive Trainer Motorsports is back to opening up again. If you've been keeping an eye on that, and that gap between 4th and 5th between Drive Trainer and 212 Racing is opening up as well. And 212's actually kind of lost a fair bit of pace here after the early part of the race where they were in battles and in the slipstream for a bit there of Drive Trainer. So you got to wonder how that setup's feeling. Of course, there's always a baseline setup for these cars, but those tend to be set up for more of a sprint style race. So yeah, and if you're relatively new to the simulator, you might not know this, but there's always a lot of opportunities to go out and sort of find other people's setups. They make it easy enough to share them around and maybe even purchase one if you're really trying hard. And those setups can help you out.
We need to land a 6 sponsorship, official setup shop of the ChampCar iRacing series. There is none at the moment.
It's available.
I'm not confident it is, actually, now I think about it. But yeah, there is heaps out there. Subscription services and whatnot.
I was going to say, we do have to shout out Giovanni Romano for making a few for us.
And now he also does some for, what's it called? Driver 61?
Garage 61?
Garage 61.
Garage 61, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, so you're getting the high quality setups when you come to our fixed races.
Oh, that's a little off the road for Kyle Robertson as it washed out wide. He got that outside tyre in the dirt, and that always compromises your drive off the corner because you get one tyre in the grass there, it starts spinning up, no traction, and the one that's still on the pavement then sort of torque steer pushes you further off the road, and the only way to get back onto the road is to get out of the throttle.
Kyle Robertson, quality driver, must be said. 1.4 safety rating right now. He's been investing too much safety rating in his GT4 racing.
Did you look at his past races and that's where it's gone?
Oh yeah, I'm just giving him a hard time, but iRacing safety rating is a funny deal because the way they figured it's just analogous to how much time and money you want to spend in the garage, right? So you can win by crashing the other people out of the race every time. So you'll just have to spend a lot of time and money in the garage, right?
Right, I'm looking at the Kyle Robertson career stats here. Come on. 236 road starts, 38 oval, and 2 dirt road iRacing starts. You're absolutely right. Yeah, he's all over the GT4s in the Cayman, mainly in the Porsche Cayman.
Also,
a lot of incidents in the Cayman at a Laguna Seca race, and last race on the Nürburgring Grand Prix Strecker in the fixed GT4 series. So that's where he's bleeding that that safety rating, is racking up too many incidents in sprint races.
Easy to do. Of course, the safety rating doesn't count in our series, but the off tracks do still matter. You get a penalty, a drive-through after 50 incidents as a team, and then every 20 after that. No one really pushing that yet, but Kyle does hold the distinction of having 8 whole incidents right now, and I don't even think any of those came from contact. So he keeps pushing wide going into Thunder Valley there, and earns himself that dubious distinction. 8 times more than second place with the Love Racing car that only has 1 so far.
Yeah, correct.
We'll keep an eye on the safest racer battle, because that's always kind of a fun competition. I'm honestly of the opinion that if you go over the curb and it's fast, there should be no penalties. That's always been my gripe with iRacing. Let me run my Mazda Miata over the curb and into the dirt. Don't give me a hard time for gaining a little extra there. That's just racing.
Yeah, so did I give you my my updated fuel weight calculations?
No, go ahead.
So, assuming a specific gravity of 0.75, which is a pretty good guess for, pump fuel, regular, gasoline, then a full tank of fuel in these cars is 165 pounds. I did find, for a previous broadcast, a published sheet by an Australian distributor of race fuels where you can sort their products by specific gravity, and tell you what, those drag races are on some dense stuff, man.
That's interesting to think about.
And these days, the Formula One rules is, you can't start the race with more than 105 kilograms of fuel in the car. Well, back in the day, in the 80s, when there was no refueling but they had the turbo cars, the rule wasn't how many kilograms, how much weight of fuel. The rule was in liters, the size of the fuel tank. And that's when they were coming up with all kinds of really weird, dense blends, and then super chilling them to also compress them to try to fit as much fuel as possible into a volume measured fuel tank rather than a actual weight of fuel.
I had, you think about things, but I had never considered that angle of the fuel battles that go on. But it makes sense why everyone's got a fuel partner in Formula One these days, seems like. That being said, I'd have to say that we've kind of it feels a little bit like we've reached a crossover point in this race, because no longer are the cars going faster as they burn off fuel. They're actually getting slower. So I don't know if these tires are getting beat up a little bit. Track's not any hotter than it has been. And last time by, really slow motion racing put in a really slow one by their standards, a 131.9, losing nearly 4/10 to Love Racing behind. And we'll see if they repeat on that kind of lap as they come to the line this time. What was that last lap? A 131.5. So still 131.6 once you round it. So still a bit off the pace of where they've been. It does lend some credence to the idea that double stinting the tires might be a hard go. But if there's no cliff behind this amount of tire wear, you do save a bit not having to take any tires. So it'll be interesting to see how the fuel strategy kind of plays out here.
Yeah, indeed. I had another point I was going to make. Oh, right, yeah, steering wheels. We've had a bunch of the onboard shots, different types of steering wheels across the different cars. Call me, maybe an old fuddy-duddy or something like that, but I think touring cars and GT cars should have round steering wheels. I'm okay with IndyCar and Formula One having, their, rectangular steering wheels and that, but, a touring car should have a round steering wheel. And obviously the Veloster does, but this from the Elantra, no, I'm not about that. And, I'm sworn off the Porsche Cup car now that they've gone away from having a circular steering wheel, and that's just not right. I was this close to spending the $300,000 that I don't have on a new Porsche Cup car until they changed that.
I was shopping for racing wheels recently, and was reminded of how important a round wheel is if you want to go drifting. And judging by the way some of these guys are approaching the corners, you might want that round wheel if you're going to catch a slide in these things.
What about the alleged trend of people cutting down their steering wheels? I saw a picture of someone's Corvette where they'd done that, and I thought, yuck. And if you've ever seen the Nürburgring, it no longer is, but it was the production EV lap record with the Tesla plaid thing, and it's got the yoke steering wheel, and the professional driver with the racing gloves on is holding it so awkwardly. It's like it... No, don't like it. Give me a round steering wheel. What's wrong with a round steering wheel?
I will use this platform to come out in formal opposition to Tesla. We'll see if Elon Musk comes and hacks our YouTube channel as a result. But no, I'm not a huge fan of those Teslas and the way they're built. I don't know if this is widespread knowledge, but they don't do model years on those things. They just change the subsystems out kind of as they want. And as a dude who likes to fix a car once in a while, the idea of needing to determine which revision, like major and minor, of a subsystem is in my car before I can go and buckle in the next one, and if Tesla even lets you fix it, and they don't let you fix it, makes me crazy. Not to mention, look at the panel gaps on the ones you see running around. So, bleh. Yeah, that's all I can say about a Tesla.
There goes all our chances of getting Randy Popes onto this show.
Ah, shucks.
He might still have the time for the fastest Tesla up Pikes Peak. Not the fastest electric car up Pikes Peak. I think that's still the Volkswagen IDR.
That'd be a tough one to beat, you gotta say.
Well, yes, on account of it's probably 2,000 pounds lighter than a Tesla. And
Yeah,
a
that would
lot
help.
of things are. A lot of things are. I think there's also a video out there of the latest Honda Civic Type R with the production front-wheel drive Nürburgring lap record. That's a great rabbit hole to get into, is watching the all the different lap records on the Nürburgring YouTube channel and all the different production cars. And yeah, it is kind of interesting to see which cars are just quick in which places, because some of those electric ones, oh my goodness, they just get into a straight line and you blink and they've gone from 60 miles an hour to 150 miles an hour, but then they're braking so early and can't carry the speed through some of the corners. And then there are things like the Civic Type R where it's like, oh yeah, it's got 400 horsepower or something, but man, does it look just stuck through all of the corners.
Don't get me wrong, I can appreciate an electric drivetrain. Just those ones in particular, they're not my favorite. I once raced a Chevy Spark up a hill against an F-350 that was trying to overtake us, and smoked them on the far side of it, and it was a very satisfying feeling, I gotta tell you.
Now, I think really slow motion racing have just set the fastest lap of the race. So people are starting to maybe have hit the plateau of the tires and are now finding more pace as the fuel burns off. Because there are some quick times out there, and really slow motion racing is one of them.
They must have been offended by me pointing out they had a slow lap there. But no, that was a quick one, absolutely. And contributing to their gap on second place now. They've got it almost out to 10 seconds over Colin Lounsbury in that Love Racing car. And even though they're still showing a little bit of drifting and a little bit of understeering, depending on which part of the corner you look at, they're definitely racing their way around here pretty successfully.
Yeah, almost to 10 seconds at the moment. Consistently, just little bit. And here's the bit where you get the closest to the wall around this track. Just, one corner of street circuit vibe as you apex up against the Armco.
I was going to say, luckily or unluckily for our drivers, depending on if you're in the lead or not, there is a lot of sand traps between the walls and the racing surface here, so you'll have a pretty hard time finding your way all the way out there to try and write off a car. So I would say that our odds of a safety car are lower than a typical endurance series race, but never want to rule anything out. Easy to miss a braking point going into turn number 1 here, and the far side of the curb, the far side of the track is really cambered away from your driving surface, so it can be a risky spot to go off, as we saw, was whose Indy car went and flew off the track over here trying to beach.
Espage.
Yeah, that was
Simon Pagenaud.
Yeah, I was gonna say one of the most violent crashes I've seen in a while in an Indy car.
And he still hasn't returned after still suffering some sort of concussion symptoms after that. So it's good that he was. This is always one of those things like, uninjured in a way, like he got out of the car and he still got all his limbs attached, but I guess in a way that's a broken ankle or a hand or something might be quicker to recover from than those sort of the injuries that he did end up sustaining, really.
Yeah, I was when I was getting my degree, I was doing some reading about incidences of concussions and mouthguard use, and there's some good data to suggest that even in motorsports, wearing the mouthguard can be a worthwhile cause, just for preventing the extra impacts of your jaw slamming into your skull as you as you get off track and have a bad one. I always try to make a habit of wearing mine when I'm out there.
So your jaw carries some of the momentum through like a clapping stick or something, does it?
I'm not confident enough about the study I read 10
Like a
years
little-
ago to quote it, but
Like
yeah,
a little maraca?
it was indicated by the study's author that a mouth guard is helpful for preventing some concussions and heavy impacts, like the kind you find in motor racing.
Okay.
So, just cracking the 1 hour mark. Do you have an inkling of how long the fuel window is going to be out here?
Well, pretty long, like we said. I think basically every car has a 26-gallon tank, and they are 350 horsepower cars, not 600 horsepower cars. And they're also a little more efficient than the Ford Mustang FR500S that we've seen in some of the other endurance races that we saw at Charlotte Roval, and we also see in the 1 hour races of the ChampCar iRacing series. Shock horror. A modern turbocharged engine is slightly more efficient than a Ford modular V8. But yeah, I think it could be as far as 1 hour 40, but maybe a little closer to 90 minutes.
Well, it will be interesting to see, given the 4.5 hour time window. How do you split it up? Do you do 3 even stints? Do you do something a little different? So might see some driver changes in the next 25-30 minutes here. And of course, if we do see anyone go and write off a TCR today, then we would expect the caution come out and all that. And this later part of the stint is always kind of where the mistakes start to creep in. I've always found that the most difficult part of racing after the doing is the continuing to do. Got to keep that focus and hit every apex, drive it well. And it can be particularly tough in a race like this where there's not a lot of traffic on the track, so you're kind of almost time trialing by yourself. You gotta somehow manage to stay focused every single lap.
Colin Lounsbury might have got a little deep coming through the Thunder Valley there, but gathered it all up in the Veloster. And then think about this: if we are talking 90-ish minute stints, and it's a 4.5 hour race, that is perfectly 3 90-minute stints. We've got a handful of 3 driver teams, both the race leading car in really slow motion racing, where Peter Balassa is driving at the moment, but we still do expect to see Tomas Aspoff and Zoltan Deme. We'll work it out as we go. And then Love Racing, 3 drivers: Colin Lounsbury, Sean Saputra, and the man himself, Nick Love. And Drive Trainer Motorsport, Kyle Robertson, Andre Jameson, Garrett Meyer.
To say one thing really slow motion racing has going against themselves is that in the driver survey, anything else they want to tell me answer, they told me they were going to win. So when you make a prediction like that, not only are you racing the rest of the teams, you're racing the universe all of a sudden. Don't be surprised to see a wire fail on someone's G27 pedals or something like that. In the last 15 minutes of the race, when you make a proclamation like that one. Traffic could be a factor with the way the field's spread out too. If you were to decide to take a short stop and try and do a little bit of an undercut on the tires. Kind of seeing a lot of variability in lap times. We'll see really slow motion put in a 131.2 or 131.1, and then we'll see all of a sudden a 31.7, a 31.9. So little mistakes starting to creep in as those tires chunk up and get a little bit tired. 41 laps completed though. 135 to go, give or take.
I'm getting a new timing page to look at these average lap times. So what's that going to tell me? Oh, it's not dark mode. I wish it had been dark mode. Okay.
For those wondering, it is currently 407 in 507 in Australia right now.
Everything should be dark mode all the time anyway. But the 5 lap and 10 lap averages of your third place car are both quicker than the second place car. And that looks like just about the only one that suggests a closing gap. So actually, yeah, there was a little bit there where Robertson in 4th was kind of closing in on 3rd. It got down to about 2 seconds, didn't it? And then it's extended out since then. And it just seems to be this Spinny Boys car finding a little bit of a rhythm, because now it's been quicker than Love Racing lately, and it's consistently been now the second quickest car over the last 10 laps.
The most excellent part of racing, in my opinion, is finding the zone and just getting to live in there for a little while. Everything goes quiet, and you just you just turn the wheel and shift the gears and feel really, really good when you get out all of a sudden. I've continued to do deep dives on all of our drivers here. Want the latest?
Yep. We go to our Hollywood reporter, Devin Peters. Devin, what can you tell us?
Peter Balassa goes by Balla. It's a nickname. Really living up to all the all the hype of proclaiming your win before the race. And I would say he's a bit of a Balla. What with I can't even count. That's like 20 plus endurance race wins, running that Huskenveld sprint pedals, that TH8A sprint shifter, the SimCube GT Pro wheel. The real question is the GT Pro wheel fully round, or, oh no. Oh no.
You're kidding me.
Oh no. I cursed him so hard. Peter Balassa has disconnected from the race, and that car has hit the pit lane. Oh no. I don't know what to say.
Dramas for the race leader.
And they've got a backup driver in the car, but they're going to have to pay 2 minutes back on the clock. So first drama of the race. Oh man.
So the race lead goes to Love Racing. Spinny Boys are into second. Drive Trainer Racing go to third. He'd been perfect. He'd been Peter perfect to this point. And Devin, you were in the middle of rattling off his shifter, his wheels, his pedal. But do you have his modem or his ISP? Because one of those has let him down.
Angry phone calls. That must be what's on the order. Oh man, I'm just heartbroken for him. And that team, they'll be feeling it for sure. But they have shown a lot of pace, and when you hit the pit lane, even a little bit early, you do get the chance to fill up with fuel. And here from race control, we're going to go with a caution. Technically, the car got towed, and the rules say when a car gets towed, there's a caution flag. So they will lose a bit, but I don't think they'll lose everything on this.
Well, it depends who's ready to go for that team.
And we are a little bit early on the fuel window, but maybe not so early that it couldn't be stretched. So it'll be interesting to see how this affects sort of the pit windows, pit strategy for all the drivers that are out there on the other teams.
Looks like Thomas Asboth is ready to get into the car.
It's going to be a close call here, though. Love Racing's coming around the final corner, waiting for that pace car. And I don't know if Thomas has control over that car yet that's in the pit lane, because they're waiting on the tow from the disconnection. And that's usually a long tow.
Every chance that they go from the tow to a full service pit stop as well, which could take close to a minute. So,
well, and there might, yeah, that was a full service stop. They were up on the jacks, but they will have gotten service. And if the other drivers decide they need service at this point, that could very well keep them or give them the shot to get the lap back, you know.
yeah. So Colin Lounsbury suddenly finds himself in the race lead. Tyler Agostino in second. Kyle Robertson up into third. 212 racing car. Yet to catch this train yet, but shortly will. The pace car looks like it's doing, it says somewhere, 55 miles an hour.
Yeah. And Thomas Asboth, you see him creeping along in the background. That'll be our next, our first look at Thomas in the car and in the series, I believe. Man, I'm just so gutted that I decided to do the driver driver sharing feature right before the caution. But hey, that's how she goes sometimes in racing. And I have to start my research now for Thomas, so I can tell you a little bit about him once we get this race back underway. So the cars are collected up behind the cautions, or sorry, behind the pace car rather. Looks like only is that Will Salem that needs to catch up yet?
Nonamaker.
Sorry,
Will Nonamaker.
Will Nonamaker is what I meant.
So I think the pit lane's open this time, and the leader doesn't take it. The rest of them do. So
actually, 2 of 4. So this suggests to me that making it work on one more stop would be a stretch. Oh yeah, and we've gotten word that we've seen another driver drop from that really slow motion racing team. But he's reconnected.
So what are we seeing on pit lane? Handful of driver changes. It's Coffard in the Spinny Boys car. Andrew Rasmussen into 212 Racing. Is it Will Nonamaker staying in the 943 at this time? I think it is. But taking the opportunity to change all 4 tyres and top that car off as well, which is a long stop, but he'll still be able to get around and catch the pace car.
Yeah, no animated pit crews on this one, so a little bit tough to sort of logic out who took tires and who didn't, but definitely a longer stop from the Salen's car on the lane. Nearly 54 seconds stationary. On the other hand, the Spinny Boys and 212 racing cars closer to 39 seconds on the lane. We
Go
are
back to green flag racing, Love Racing, into their first green flag laps in the lead ahead of Drivetrainer Motorsports' Carl Robertson. Behind them, the previous race leader, now a lap down, really slow motion racing. And actually, Team Salem didn't get all the way around to be able to catch the pack, but they did get at least a cheaper pit stop than otherwise. Spinny Boys and 212 Racing just catching the train as well, and they have both newer tyres and more fuel on board. We think there's not too much further for Love Racing or Drivetrainer Motorsport to go before they will have to stop, and it very well might be under green.
Yeah, we'll be a little bit interested to see how this pans out, because with not taking the caution stop, you definitely lose some track position. But at the same time, you've potentially gained a minute and a half. I wouldn't be surprised if Love Racing figured on trying to keep their biggest competition, real slow motion racing, between, by not taking the stop and letting the automatic wave by happen. So yeah, man, my commentator brain's all fried. I'm trying to keep up with all this action in the pit stop here.
We've gone from everyone being in the same boat but spread out about 40 seconds on track to now a whole heap of different buckets. First and second are on the same strategy here. They haven't stopped yet in this race. They've still got their starting drivers. You've got what was the fastest car and the race leading car in really slow motion racing having taken service and a driver change, but ending up this lap down. And then Spinny Boys, well, they're only 4 seconds away from the race lead, looking to lap really slow motion, and they will do that on the way to the keyhole. Tomas Asboth lets Alex Coffard by, now up into third place, and with a stop under their belts, with the two cars in front potentially needing to stop in the next half an hour.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to figure who's on the who's in the catbird seat, who's feeling good about their situation right now, because it's judging by Haynes's expression, the catbird seat is not a common expression in Australia. Oh no, okay, we're good. But it's kind of hard to figure out who's got the advantage right now. On track, we're seeing Love Racing dart away a little bit. Already got a second gap between themselves and Robertson behind. We'll see if Robertson's able to hang on to the back of them. But drive time's definitely going to be a factor as well here. It's going to require all these drivers to switch unless they do something really odd.
Yeah, I don't see any red flags out there at the moment. I mean, Lounsbury and Robertson, they've been in since the start, but they're going to have to, their cars are going to have to stop soon for the fuel regardless, and you imagine they'd probably change drivers then, and it'd all be good within the 2 hours. And every car that pitted under that caution did change drivers except for Team Salem. So for Spinny Boys and 212 and even really slow motion racing, they've gone and reset that with their new drivers in this new stint.
Mm-hmm. So a few new faces out there. Spinny Boys has switched over to Alex Coffard in that car. I think only a 2-driver entry. Let me just double check my notes here. Actually, a 3-driver entry. So potential we'll see Austin Tucker before the end of the race in that car. And then who is that? 212 Racing has also switched over to their second driver, Andrew Rasmussen. So a couple new faces in the cars, like I said. Be interesting to see what they've got in terms of performance out there.
We're about to see the end of another flying lap and get a gauge of where the lap time is at with the light cars but old tyres for our leading two, and how Alex Coffard and Andrew Rasmussen, the new drivers, are settling in. Actually not bad from Spinny Boys. They've fallen a little bit back off the start as the new tyres came in, but now they appear to be gripping up. The track's pretty toasty, although our leaders would have had the opportunity behind the pace car to just cool their tyres off a little bit, even if they didn't take new ones.
Yeah, that was a quick second half of the lap there from Spinny Boys from Crawford there. So we'll see if he's able to close down on our leaders. They'll have the advantage in terms of weight, but the disadvantage in terms of tires, of course. But if you're one of those leading two drivers, I think you're pushing your guts out right now, just trying to get every single tenth of a second you can between you and the guy in third. Robertson uses all the curb that time.
And all the curb for Coffard as well, as he got a little bit of the curbing on the exit coming over the crest there, as the third place Spinny Boys car continues to close in on the leaders somewhat. Fastest lap of the race so far for the Spinny Boys car, still missing 1/10 from taking away the outright fastest lap of the race. That still belongs to really slow motion racing, but that's as quick as the Spinny Boys Honda has gone all race, and it meant taking about 4/10 out of Drive Trainer, who took 1/10 out of the race leading Love Racing.
Interesting to see, too. Matching cars in second and third. The Veloster up at the front. Tires are worth a lot in this thing.
Especially as the sun's out. It's just gone past midday and we're into probably the slickest, hottest part for the racetrack.
Yeah, definitely the one fastest that we've seen so far. Or sorry, hottest that we've seen so far. Almost cracking 95 degrees on the track surface. Well, a little bit of spice added to the race here, and we'll see. I'm thinking if your math was correct, we might see. What do we see? Pit stops in 10, 20, thereabouts.
10 to 20, yeah. And so here's the thing. And we've seen sort of different strategies kind of work here. For Love Racing and Drive Trainer Motorsport, they're sticking to, okay, this is a two-stop race. Whereas for Spinny Boys and 212 Racing, they've turned this into a three-stop race for themselves. But now they're hoping that some of their later stops might be a little bit quicker than your race leaders.
Not a bad bet if you're not expecting any more cautions. Out there today, or not any optimally timed cautions. I mean, being able to do a 3-second stop for fuel is still better. It's not a super long pit lane here, relatively slow pit lane. I want to say 45 miles an hour on the pit lane speed limit, so it could definitely play out in their favor. And we have really seen that here in the ChampCar iRacing series, that the strategy tends to be critical. So whichever one of these teams kind of got that call right is going to benefit a great deal on the back end here, potentially to the tune of 150 champ bucks.
So again, the fastest car out on track remains that third place Spinny Boys machine, hunting down second, getting closer every lap around. And so they're starting to look like that their strategy call be a good one, because if they get into second or they get towards first, all of a sudden does it matter that they've already made a pit stop, because they'll have 2 more to go to get to the end of this one if it stays green. Drive Trainer and Love Racing will have 2 more to go if it stays green. So if you've got a little bit of that track position, it's never gonna hurt you. You'll be in a winning position. And yeah, just using all of the track at turn 1 and a little bit.
Yeah, earns the first instant. It doesn't earn an instant point for that one. I thought he earned the first one for that car, but would actually be the second. Instant point check-in. Kyle Robertson at 15 now. 212 Racing running with 3, and the only other ones we got are 1s. So pretty clean race so far. Don't forecast anyone hitting the 50 instant limit, but instant points are a resource just like anything else, so use them if you got them.
Evident now how close they've gotten to second place within the slipstream as they came towards China Beach, and it means that Alex Coffard is starting to monster Kyle Robertson. We saw how robustly Robertson is willing to race in the very, very early stages of this race when he was with 212 Racing in that Audi, and they had a little bit of a spicy little battle for a couple laps there before Robertson eventually got around. So how robustly does he feel like defending this second place? It's half a second in it. Coffard's going to have to do something to get around, and he's clearly got a bit of a pace advantage. And who put those tyre tracks out there on the pit straight?
Yeah, that must have been an exciting trip down the straightaway there.
I don't remember seeing who did that. I feel like I would have seen who did that. Someone has.
Yeah, hard to say.
Well, this is normally your traditionally best overtaking opportunity if you get a good run out of the keyhole onto the longest straight on the racetrack and then into the biggest braking zone on the racetrack. But it doesn't seem like Coffard was quite as close out of keyhole as he maybe was even a whole lap ago. His speed at the end of the straight is just a little more advantageous, but he's not in position to try to stick the pass this time.
Yeah, well, and as I said, a few times when we were watching Robertson trying to find his way around 2-1-2, this is a track with not a lot of passing opportunities. There's basically turn 1 and China Beach. What is that? 3, 5, 4. So you'll have to time it right if you're Coffard, but he does seem to have a lot of pace. A lot of pace with those fresh tires, and he's closing up. He might even be able to get something done here.
Looking to give himself a little bit of space on the entry, take a late apex, get to the throttle early with the advantage of those fresher front tyres within 3/10, about 2 car lengths back down the pit straight through turn 1 and the run to the keyhole. He ran out wide there on a previous lap. He was a bit shallow last lap, but I think that was about perfect this lap to think about. Can you tweak the brake bias a little bit and look to throw a dive into the keyhole? No, but how's your drive off the exit? If it's good, you're in position to attack, and I think he has. There's less than a car length in it now as they go down the straight towards China Beach. But something about the drivetrain and motorsport car still seems to pull just a little bit better in a straight line. No defense offered. He gets in pretty deep here, but no ability to cut back in, trying to look around the outside over the crest of the hill. Alex Coffard, he's looking, and he should have a speed advantage, but he's not doing it yet.
Well, he is battling potentially 100 extra pounds of fuel at this point, so it could be a factor. And remember, he doesn't necessarily have to win, the battle here, because that drivetrain car is going to have to stop here shortly. Always be nice to, though, because I imagine he can see Colin Lounsbury driving off into the distance right now. Nearly, what was that, 0.5 of a second between him and drivetrainer last time, and a second, better than a second, almost 2 seconds between him and Coffard last time by. Nope, I got that wrong. Nearly 1/10 of a second between him and Coffard this time.
Bad exit off turn 1 for Kyle Robertson, and suddenly they're side by side, but he manages to keep the inside line to the keyhole, braking late around the outside off the racing line. Never seems to have as much grip as you hope, and the two of them touch a little bit on the exit. Kyle Robertson will keep that second place for the moment.
Coffard tried to time that over-under, and he timed it just a little bit wrong. He might have gotten a little bit of help from Robertson parking it on the apex. Either way, he's going to be looking into China Beach.
Yeah, but there's no grip out there off the racing line, is there? Or is there? He's going to manage it, I think. Round the outside at China Beach, park it at the top of the hill, really parking it at the top of the hill. Spinny Boys go into second place.
Really, really clean stuff there from Crawford, and really nicely executed on a part of the track that we've seen people struggle with so far in the race. Every time we've seen someone else go out there, they've slid sideways like they were on ice. But Crawford makes it look easy, and that must be the tire difference. You got to think, speaking either way, 6 seconds back now from Colin Lounsbury, who's up the road, and who has not pitted this time by. So even though we're getting close, it looks like there's still a little bit more fuel in it. Maybe that window got stretched a little bit by that caution.
Yeah, mayhaps still a lap till we're at 1/3 duration. And we'll see what kind of pace an unleashed Spinny Boys car is capable of. The track is even toastier than it's been before this point. Sun's still coming and going on a day that is officially, quote, mostly cloudy. I would say that means there's cloud cover at about 60% of the time, and then the other 40, the sun will peek through for a little bit. So that's 96 on the track, 82 in the air. Not a bad day to put up a barn, take your buggy out and visit a Dollar General, which is, I think, what the residents of Ohio like to do on a weekend.
That is when they're not at Mid-Ohio, for the Indy 200 or, motorbikes or what else do they race there these days? All kinds of good stuff.
A little bit of historics, a little bit of SCCA and NASA stuff.
NASCAR once in a blue moon.
Not the Cup Series, but I think Xfinity or Trucks come here, or both.
Yeah. So Robertson now just trying to hang on and really doesn't seem to have much. So those tires are definitely coming into their own. We'll see a full lap clean air, and it's a 31.5, so 6/10 out of the lead that time by for Crawford, and nearly 9/10 out of the guy behind. Robertson's using everything he can, dragging the rear end through the dirt there on the exit of 1.
Yeah, just a little bit of guerrilla gardening. Unlicensed landscaping, if you will. Now, they're still a chunk back, but again, 212 Racing with the second fastest car on track last lap. So they also took the same strategy as the Spinny Boyos. And so they're fourth, but again, second fastest car on track at the moment, looking to inherit a little bit more position when Love Racing and Drivetrainer Motorsport pit. Could be in the next 10 minutes, could be in the next 20, could be the end of this lap.
Yeah, hard to say, but what I was going to say is that just to give you a little perspective, we've got, Spinny Boys on 12-lap-old tires, 13 when they hit the line this time. And on the other hand, the rest of the drivers on 58-lap-old tires. So you definitely be able to tell the difference between those. Another lap, though, and another time past the pit entry for our leaders. So not deciding to commit just yet.
hjbc.live for live timing, and it'll tell you that Spinny Boys were 1 second quicker than the race-leading Love Racing Hyundai last lap around, to bring the gap down from 5.4 seconds to 4.4 seconds. And you know what? As I look at it, as I talk about it, it's also decreasing a couple tenths of a second through each corner.
As long as we're careful and we don't accidentally cause any other drivers to disconnect, you got to think that Alex Crawford's going to get right back up on the bumper of Love Racing here shortly.
Seeing Thomas Asboth sort of find his rhythm now as well. Didn't necessarily look as quick or as comfortable as Peter Balassa initially, but now a little bit of fuel burnt off, tires warm up, particularly the rear tires, which apparently are challenging in these cars to warm up. So he's the, I think, third fastest car on the track. now after 212 Racing and Spinny Boys, who continue to chip away at the race leader, who continues to not pit.
Yeah, a little bit of discomforting time, though, you got to think, for Thomas, because I don't know if you're following along with the connection log, but it looks like he's lost his two teammates again. So he's the only driver connected for that team right now, and you got to hope those internet issues get cleared up here shortly. Or at least within the next hour and a half. Otherwise, Thomas might be high and dry when it comes time to put his teammates back in the car.
Oh, there's a bit of off-roading from 212. Maybe they left the mark down the pit straight. Yeah, they got quite wide out of turn one.
Yeah, I got a little bit of help with the exit road there for the short configuration, Mid-Ohio.
The 212 racing car has completed to this point 60 laps. 46 of them were Kokaiko, and 14 of them were Andrew Rasmussen. But Andrew Rasmussen is responsible for 4 of the car's 5 incident points. So he's been looking at how much time's left in the race. One, maybe in some other places as well.
A man after my own heart. I mean, what's the point of those points if you're not going to spend them, right?
The grass is greener where you mow it, Devon.
Yeah. It's expensive depending on where you go, though, and depending on what kind of race car you're driving. I want to avoid clipping it as much as possible.
Another lap where Spinny Boys are 1 second quicker than the race leader, slimming down that gap.
Yeah, it's always uncomfortable to feel that that car behind you getting bigger and bigger in your rear view mirror.
So 12 could be the next car to put really slow motion racing a lap down at this point. And for those guys, I don't think at the moment being a lap down to Love Racing or Drivetrain Motorsports is a problem when you know they needed to pit and you refueled under the caution. It's being a lap down to Spinny Boys and now potentially 212 Racing that presents a slightly bigger problem for them. But closing in on Team Salem, though. So that's, about a second a lap, still 32 seconds behind them at the moment. Race lead stabilised this lap. Not sure what's going on there. Alex Coffard might have had just a slightly scruffy one in places, and I think Lounsbury also just found a tiny bit more turn of speed that time. I think when it's overcast, it helps the older tyres a little more.
Yeah, and still seeing kind of another off track from 212 Racing there. Andrew Rasmussen taking the wide line again on the exit of one, but yeah, still seeing a lot of sort of variation in tire temperature. You know, track temp moving as much as 5 degrees over the span of just a few laps. So factor for sure.
The day I came to Mid-Ohio for the IndyCar race was also the one and only time I've ever eaten White Castle. That's another one of those little compartmentalized things in my mind.
It must have been a big day for a guy from down under, you know? What'd you think? What'd you get?
I can't remember. It was some breakfasty thing. Vaguely breakfasty thing.
I don't know.
Oh, here we go. Race lead is coming in. Colin Lounsbury to the pit lane from the race lead. Spinny Boys and Alex Coffard will go through into the race lead. The next question is, what do Drivetrain and Motorsport do? Do they have more fuel? Do they want to run longer? Or are they coming in as well? They are. It doesn't feel like it's been all that long since we were under caution. The reality is it's been closer to like 25 minutes or something. And now it's time for those two teams to pit. Spinny Boys go to the race lead. 212 Racing will eventually come around into second place.
Yeah, they're heading to turn one right now.
Team Salem could be close enough to pick them off as well, actually, depending on the length or the time of stop here. But we know it's going to be basically a full fuel drop for both of those cars. They're going to take at least front tires. They may take all four, like Salem did. No, Love Racing are definitely only taking two there. But the other change they are making is Colin Lounsbury out, Sean Saputra in. At Drivetrainer Motorsport, the change is Kyle Robertson out, Garrett Meyer in. Hey, is that car about to drop down off the jacks, or will it still sit for Drivetrainer Motorsport? That's the only way to tell if it's a 2-tyre or a 4-tyre change. And these cars all have 5 nuts on each wheel, and you get 1 rattle gun. So it does take a little longer to do 4 than 2. That looks like it's done for Drivetrainer Motorsport. Sean Saputra out. Slightly quicker stop for Drivetrainer as they get going as well. And therefore Team Salem will just stay in 5th. They're going to be side by side with Drivetrainer Motorsport, or just a tiny bit behind as Garrett Meyer gets off the lane, but not up to speed, and you can tell they didn't take the fast repair.
Oh, and a big incident there in 1. What was that?
Saputra's off. Love Racing, formerly the race leader, Sean Saputra's gone off on cold tyres at turn number 2, the keyhole.
Oh, and that's tough. He got out wide, missed his braking point, got out wide, and then 2 tires in the grass, 2 tires in the dirt, and you really can't catch it after a certain point. Just one of those slow spins that happens when you're out on cold tires. That'll be a blow, though.
Way too late. Didn't get enough of the throttle to save it, and he's dropped behind. Drivetrainer Motorsport.
Now Garrett Meyer is,
and then we'll stay with the replay here, because this is how Salem gets past. This is how Will Nonamaker passes Garrett Meyer, who also has to be a little tentative on those cold tires.
Yeah, you got to give it a little bit of time. And if you're Meyer, I was going to say you got to, you've watched the guy ahead of you spin, so that's going to make you a little extra careful as you're coming out. Looks like Daytona prototypes at 2 in the morning in Daytona, when they didn't have the tire warmers.
They still don't, but they're on some slightly nicer compounds, and they have a special overnight compound now as well. I think Andrew Rasmussen goes for a little bit of a slide as well. It's all happening out on track. He tagged a little bit of the grass on turn in, kicked the tail out sideways, and did the front wheel drive thing of, if in doubt, flat out mashed the throttle. So here he is, just a tiny bit of that. Smoke signals, picked it up.
Must be said, Garrett Meyer living up to the billing, showing up to this race with a 4.99 A-class safety rating. That's not a guy who's going to stick your car in the wall, that's for sure. And it's going to pay off for him. But critically, I think, is that there's a minute 20 in it between them and the Spinny Boys ahead. So we'll have to see. The final pit stop's going to be the one where this all shows up and where this all kind of sorts out. But 2 very different strategies, and with only a minute 30 in the lap, if Crawford can catch these guys while they've still got cold tires, it could very well be a situation where you're trying to hold a guy a lap down.
Yeah, this is interesting. Yeah, Spinny Boys are not that far from being able to put some of these cars a lap down, as you say, at this point. They have, Love Racing fell a lap down. Drivetrainer Motorsports is 4 or 5 seconds away from it. Sean Saputra is not looking comfortable at all, as we just cut to him and he was offline.
Yeah. Well, and the track temp has moved a lot, since these setups were built, or since the start of this race. So it will be a little interesting to see where it goes.
I reckon Sean Saputra would be up to pace a lot quicker if the car had a round steering wheel. Oh wait, no, sorry, the Velocity does. Yeah. It's the Elantra, where they've gone and stolen the parts bin from a Boeing 737.
Good moments here from Team Sentinel, must be said. They got a little bit of a gap on that Garrett Meyer piloted Drive Trainer Motorsports car. Garrett Meyer's done a better job than most of hiding his profile, so I can only see that he does the odd endurance race. Don't have any in-depth analysis of his driving history. But Nonamaker looking good in that Salen's car.
You know what's underrated on a hot dog?
Yeah.
Red onion.
Yeah. I can get behind some red onion.
Like if you're really loading that bad boy up with like cheese and bacon bits and whatever, a little bit of finely diced red onion.
Yeah. Pass on track. Thomas Abath has gone and put the move on Sean Sputra in Love Racing. Coming out of Thunder Valley there.
Yeah, 4-track position.
Yeah, I was going to say, Sean has really seen him struggle at this point in the race. A little bit uncharacteristic from him. You know, we see him a lot in the Sprint Series. Just not looking super comfortable in this front-wheel drive machine. Drifting it into turn one. Gets a little loose and almost drives over the curb. Gives a lot of room to Andrew Rasmussen, who's going to go and put him a lap down as well.
You're absolutely right. Something's off for Sean Saputra. There shouldn't be any problems with that car because it was just leading, but something's got to be off. Like pedal calibration.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
That's the vibe I'm getting. The vibe I'm getting is like he's just not confident with the pedals. Like he has to push a long way for the brakes to activate, or they're short calibrated and he's got to be really, really gentle on them to not lock him up. Or there's the vibe that something maybe with his pedals is wrong. That's what I reckon.
Yeah, I can't think of a time I've ever seen Sean Sputra 4 seconds off the pace in a lap. So I'd have to agree with you. Maybe dialing in a new set, but
this could be big. Spinny Boys looking to put Drive Trainer Motorsports a lap down here at the moment. So Alex Coffard goes down the inside towards the keyhole on Garrett Meyer, who doesn't really offer much of any defense on that, as is probably the correct thing to do.
That's a little tough. I mean, you want to hold your spot, but that puts a pretty solid stamp on it for the Spinny Boys. If you're Drive Trainer, you're really hoping that the track stays clean, no cautions for here through 30 minutes to go, because that's more or less what you're going to need in order to make that strategy pay off.
And it leaves only 2:12 Racing as the other car on the lead lap, and they are not close to falling off the lead lap because they pitted at the same time under yellow with Spinny Boys. That now looks like the smart thing to done.
I'll tell you, those guys from Ontario, they know how to do their math and their numbers.
Is it because they're not taught by you?
Yes, and I don't think they can see a farm from where they live. I think that's a key. No, but they've made a pretty good strategy call, I'd have to say. And we'll see if they're able to find their way around Thomas here ahead of them. Very different lines through the final corner. Much later apex for Rasmussen than for Thomas. It looks like a better run onto the front straight, kind of closing things down here. Just seeming a little more comfortable everywhere, kind of getting a little closer to the apex, a little wider, and getting some help here from Thomas too. Really kind of good, respectful racing, the kind of stuff you like to see out of our drivers here. And Cofford now is going to be lining up. I got to think Nonamaker ahead as he comes around for another lap.
Yeah, that's the next target for the race-leading Spinny Boys.
And that'll be a pretty big one too, because that puts everyone but 212 down a lap.
You big Iggy Azalea fan? No, sorry, Azalea Banks fan.
I couldn't tell you an Iggy Azalea from an Azalea Banks.
I almost couldn't. I got them mixed up just then. But, apparently, other than having a hit song called 212, Azalea Banks has not been up to much good lately. And this should put third place a lap down. Coffard gets a good exit off the keyhole, looks to the inside, heading down towards China Beach on Will Nonamaker in the Team Salem Audi, who gets a little close, but eventually has to let the race leader go.
Yeah, nicely executed there. It's a clean move and an easy move for that yellow and green car, and showing they're not just fast in the beer league, critically. My favorite feature of the beer league is that they seem to get I want to say it's bonus points or bonus points for drinking beers during the race. Discouraged, I think, during the regular ChampCar series.
So, let's see if we can get some inside word on Love Racing. Hello, Colin Lounsbury, do you copy?
Yeah, I got you guys. How you doing?
Well, we're doing quite well. How are you going, and how's Sean going?
I'm doing all right. Sean is seems to be struggling with some brake issues with his I don't know if his pedal's sticking or what exactly, but he's having a tough time with that. So trying to root him on, and he looks like he's settling in a little bit more of a groove now. So turning around a little bit.
Not sure if you're in second place. There's ever a great time for a caution, but talk us through what your strategy was around that.
Yeah, we were trying to figure out whether it was worth it to pit or if we should stay out. We were thinking if we pitted, it would require another pit stop. Of course, it's a little bit less of a time penalty pitting under caution, but felt it was good to stay out. And fortunately, we were able to open up a little bit of a gap to second place. And then by the time third got around second, of course, we were running out of fuel and tires at that point. But we thought we were in a good spot strategy-wise, and we may still be okay if we catch a caution here, but definitely a little bit of an uphill battle as it stands right now.
Choice of 4 models. You're the only Veloster out there.
Yeah, a lot of that was the 3 or 4 of us that were trying to determine if we were going to race today. We all had separate cars, so we kind of just winged it with the Veloster, and here we are. We all, the rest of us got that one, and it's okay. I have it before yesterday, or before this morning rather. I had the Audi and was running in that, but the Veloster seems pretty comparable. We're still trying to tweak the setup particularly, but overall pretty decent pace with this, and these cars are so close to each other. It seems that it's really a well-balanced field, it seems.
I just got to jump in here. Sorry to interrupt the interview, but Garrett Myers just had a big moment going into turn 1. Gets that drive trainer car all the way over the curb on the inside, and we're seeing it live or on replay here. Bounces it off the inside wall, and really struggling to get back to the pits, and they've actually turned it around again. I think they might have to tow that thing. We'll see. Still trying to get it back to the pits.
Yeah, look at them live. Thanks for joining us, Colin. Best of luck with the rest of the race. You're one of the 3 driver lineup cars, so are we going to see Mr. Love as well?
Yeah, he'll be going in to finish the final stint. I'll be done for the day, and I think we're going to run Sean to the end of his fuel load here. So, yeah, thanks for having me on the broadcast today.
All right, best of luck, guys. We'll catch you around.
Thanks.
Oh no, another one for them. Yeah, and I think, yeah, that's going to draw caution. They're really struggling to get that thing back to the pit lane. That left rear tire barely hanging onto the car, and sure enough, they decide to go with the tow.
There's only 3 or 4 tires on that, so yeah, that car was in such a bad way. How did that all start? They had one little off. Was it at the keyhole?
It was in turn number 1. They, I'm not sure if we'll get a replay on it, but they were going down the front straight, churn in as normal, but get the inside tire on the inside of the first curb. And once you do that, the car gets a little unstable, kind of starts to teeter-totter back and forth, and then that put them into the inside wall. We're just rewinding back to the scene of the accident. So you'll see them. This is coming through the final turn now. They get out onto the front straightaway. Everything's good as usual. And then as they're coming down the front straight, turn in. Everything's looking good. But as soon as you get this tire on the inside of the curb, the car just starts to go away from you and tries to catch it, but the tire barrier comes out and bites, and right away you can see that left rear tire is no longer attached to the car. Like it's barely hanging on. And they try to go into China Beach, and the car just doesn't want to turn right before they even started moving it. So big moment here for those cars, and potentially a big moment for the race, because I have this doubt that our leaders are going to want to take a pit stop here with the lap advantage that they've got. But at the same time, everyone behind them is potentially going to get a full tank. I'm not sure how this will play out.
Yeah, no clue either. The first caution came 48 laps into the race. We're now 28 laps since the previous caution. So, yeah, you're still a little earlier in the run this time around than last time, where it appeared like maybe a little bit of a no-brainer. From where everyone was positioned, yeah, Alex Coffard's being a little bit silly with the pace car. But from where everyone was positioned, they've all been caught behind the pace car very quickly. The pit lane is open. Is Alex Coffard being a silly boy, or is he quite eager to get to pit entry?
He's a little curious. He's a little curious indeed. We'll have to see what he decides. Of course, holographic pit car on iRacing, so can't hit him. No replicating your favorite Days of Thunder scene, unfortunately.
So what happens as the pace car passes pit entry? Your leader, Spinny Boys, they come and pit in. Salen stay out. 212 Racing comes in. This basically gives everyone a lap back, does it not? By Spinny Boys and 212 Racing, with the only cars left on the lead lap pitting. Everyone else who stayed out gets their lap.
Yeah, I believe so. So that'll be that's a win for everyone else, but a reset on the fuel, I'd say. So kind of,
or a bit of an equalizer. It equalizes just a little bit.
Yeah. Lots of variables out there today, that's for sure. And another variable to consider is that Drivetrainer Motorsport managed to get out of the pit lane before the safety car, so they're going to rejoin. And I think they'll still be a lap down, but critically they won't be 2 laps down after that fast repair. So yeah, it's a lot of fortunes changing pretty quickly here in what is just about to be the second hour of our race as we tick into, I guess the third hour of our race as we tick past 2:30 here in our 4.5-hour sprint race today.
I just went back and I looked at the Spinny Boys pit stop, and I think they definitely took front tires as well as just topping off the fuel. So they are the race leader still, Spinny Boys, because everyone on the lead lap pitted. Everyone who wasn't went around, and then Drive Trainer were getting their repairs done. So it's about Spinny Boys coming back around to find the pace car again, which is here, and it has its lights out. So we're about to get racing again.
This will be interesting. So we've got the pack. No one can overtake Will Nonamaker right now, and so they're following Nonamaker into the keyhole, but can't overtake. But the pace car is coming into the final corner right now, so it might end up that these drivers are about a half a lap behind rather than the full lap that they were before. And it's going to be all about the pace that they can run to try and stay ahead. Green flag flies, and we see 212 and Spinny Boys taking it all alone as the rest of the field hits the gas and, overtakes. I'm not sure they'll be able to.
So it's 2.5 hours left in the race. The green flag is flying all around the track. There's 1 second between the race leader Spinny Boys and 212 Racing, and now Team Salem and Really Slow Motion Racing are racing for the final step on the podium at the moment. Love Racing just a little bit behind them, but Sean Sequitra with some pedal problems to deal with. It's gotten a little bit of that time back.
And Sequitra's catching up to this little battle here. And I think as soon as we hit the line, we'll see Tomas trying to make the move on Nonamaker.
No driver changes happened there. It was just a two-tire and top the tank off for Alex Coffard and Andrew Rasmussen. And what is Will Nonamaker doing? He's come across to the racing line pretty early, so not a defensive line, but then turns in a little early to the keyhole. Thomas Asboth looks like he's going to get a much better exit in the Elantra sedan to maybe try to take this third place away. Not seeing any hints of any defense at all offered from Team Salem at the moment, and Really Slow Motion Racing look down the inside for third place.
And nicely executed. Passing the 30-year veteran on the inside. It's got to feel good. And Asboth will be driving away, and Sean Sequitra's coming up quick as well.
Really Slow Motion Racing have gone from the pole, the lead of this race, to dead last, to back on the lead lap, to now back into a podium position. This is the race lead, and off the restart, Andrew Rasmussen has found some pace that I don't really remember seeing from him, but suddenly that all-white Audi's in a much more competitive position. They got a little bit back, and we have seen them look really good in a straight line, pulling off the corners and in the slipstream, so maybe this is the sweet spot for them at the moment, within 1 second of the race leader.
Yeah, another factor to consider is that we were thinking Cofford might have taken those front tires. So if those are a little bit cold, he might be paying the price a little bit right now as Rasmussen's trying to, tag along with him with potentially warmer but less fresh tires. It's a little hard to say.
I think they both did the same. They both got the same pit stop time. But it's possible. Tail sliding out on the Audi as it gets a little unloaded across the crest out of Thunder Valley and towards the carousel that closes out the lap.
Yeah, but regardless of what happened on the tires, Rasmussen definitely showing that he's able to keep up right now. And we did note that RS3 has some significant pace as we were driving around.
sure does, particularly this part here. Once it gets in a straight line, it gets to full throttle. It seems to get up to speed well, closes it into the slipstream, and then the slipstream is going to help, and the lead gap comes down to just 3/4 tenths. Extends a little bit more through the twisty section of the track. Mid-Ohio kind of characterized by, the pit straight, into the straight towards the keyhole, the straight towards China Beach for the first half of the lap. It's much higher speed than sort of the back half of the lap around here, where you're constantly turning a lot more. It's a lot more sort of lateral grip intensive compared to horsepower in the first half of the lap.
Yeah, it can be a little tricky. It can. Well, anyway, we'll definitely see in the different characteristics. It seems like Crawford's still getting the better runs out of the corner, but Rasmussen definitely hitting the top speed a little quicker.
So, talked about, the gearing is stupidly short on the Audi to the point where first and second are useless, and with a good run on the straight you can start to hit the rev limiter at the top of sixth as well. So I guess it probably does accelerate. It ought to accelerate pretty well with all those short ratios. Whereas I think I noticed one of the Hyundais at least was only just getting to sixth gear with the way the length of those ratios are for that car. Around here. These sort of final drive stacks just a little bit taller. Gap sits at just underneath 1 second. And again, we hit the part of the lap where it looks like the Audi closes in a little bit more. Lead gap out to 1.4 here between first and second place.
Yeah, just starting to open things up a little bit. The Audi really doesn't, it's got the straight line, but it really doesn't seem to handle quite as well as some of the other cars do. See him almost backing it into the turn before Thunder Valley there. It's 9, I guess you'd call it.
And while this goes on, really slow motion racing are in third. We know that weight of fuel they've got, it's just a tiny bit of the grass there from 212. But yeah, and they've also got slightly older tyres going on. And then from Team Salem at the moment in, well, I say in fourth. And Sean Saputra seems to have picked up just a little bit more speed now as well. He's sort of doing 135s, 136s, which was kind of off the pace. Now he's a lot more consistent, if he's just sort of learned to deal with it, or he's found the quirks of the car. Now in the 132s, which is a lot closer to what we would have expected.
Yeah, it's always important to keep a spray bottle of potentiometer cleaner around when you're running those. And fortunately for Sean, his must be out of reach by the sounds of things. Also hearing from 212 Racing that they went and accidentally filled the tank with fuel during that last stop. Weren't intending to. And so they're running 40-minute-old tires, but not on the lower amount of fuel that you might expect. So still doing pretty well though, managing to hold pace through the first 10 minutes. Now 2 seconds back, and with the benefit of that pit stop, nearly 50 seconds ahead of Thomas Albath in third.
So having had 2 cautions at Mid-Ohio, been interesting to see the first and second place cars are the cars that pitted with both. So they've taken every opportunity to do service under yellow rather than take green flag stops like Love Racing and Drive Trainer did. Speedy Boys leading the way have now managed to extend it out to 4 seconds. Last lap was pretty scruffy from second place Andrew Rasmussen. And the longest stint that we have seen on fuel to this point was Love Racing and Drive Trainer Motorsport that both did 63 laps. The provisional calculator suggests we're probably 89 or 90 laps away from the end at the moment. So in about 30 minutes, a window could open up to take a final stop that would get you to the end.
Yeah, the strategy angle is gonna. I need to do some more thinking as we watch this race to try and figure out how it's going to get sorted.
Slow motion racing worked their way back to third with Thomas Asboth at the moment. Still one driver yet to be seen from this car is Zoltan Deme. It looks like they're about to try to put a lap on Drive Trainer. Drive Trainer have ended up being, in fact, 2 laps down to the outright leader after they were unable to limp the car back around, and the damage that started at turn 1 led to their demise at China Beach. Oh no, have we always seen a replay of it at turn 1 again? They've gone off. A bad ride from the curb, but this time the car spits the other way and not towards the wall.
Oh, and then we've just seen Love make the same mistake Oh, wow. And that was closer than you'd like to see. Yeah, so we'll see the replay here. Love goes in and makes the exact same mistake, both like inside tires over the inside of the curb, and he's driving the heck out of it over the grass as we see Garrett Meyer in that drive trainer car trying to recover the car. Luckily for the two of them, the Garrett made a pretty safe re-entry, checking his box and all that. But oof, that was a little scarier than you'd like to see.
So turn one is looking like the action zone.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those tricky ones where there's so much to be gained on the inside that you want to almost hook your tire in there and kind of drag it around, but at the same time, with the way these cars are set up, being aero cars, the extra stiff suspension, trying to keep all the weight on the front, not on the rear, it's always a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, it's that catch-22, isn't it? It helps the car rotate a little bit if you get it right, but when you get it wrong, it helps the car rotate too much. And again, it'll be car-to-car specific, it'll be ride height on your car specific, and even maybe a little bit driving style as well. 2 hours 15 minutes into the race, 2 hours 14 to go. We've just passed halfway, actually, in the last minute. The Spinny Boys now lead. A couple of different teams have led. Love Racing have led. Really Slow Motion Racing have led. It's the time of the Spinny Boys and those front tyres that they took under caution last lap. Now really starting to show up the difference between themselves and 212. For a couple of laps, they were relatively even, and then those new tyres, they come in. They look like they do take a tiny bit to warm up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it definitely shows itself. But Crawford's been putting in some pretty quick laps, and honestly, I would say at this point, the only guy that is really kind of holding on to, the qualifying laps that we were seeing earlier on in the session, even though the track temp's gone up a little bit, he's the only one running in the 131s. Everyone else with 132s, etc.
I'm looking at the average of the last 10 laps. Spinny Boys is the fastest car. Second fastest is still 212, but Really Slow Motion very, very close to that as well. And in fact, their average of the last 5 has been quicker, so they could start to play themselves back into contention here.
Mm-hmm.
How about, as much as I hate looking at the steering wheel, we ride on board with Really Slow Motion Racing for a couple of laps here. Alrighty, there we go. The best placed Elantra at the moment, running third in the ChampCar iRacing 4.5 hours of Mid-Ohio. In fourth place now is Sean Saputra Love Racing. So obviously he's found just a little bit more confidence with those pedals that his teammate Colin Lounsbury told us was the source of some of the struggle and a little bit of off track earlier in the race as well. Spinny Boys still lead in their Honda Civic Type R. 212 Racing are in second in their Audi RS3. Yeah, and with Love Racing now up into fourth, we've got one of every kind in the top four.
Yeah, we're definitely getting a taste for every kind of TCR that you can race here on iRacing today.
And we didn't create any artificial incentives for people to try to spread out. They just settled for what they thought would work. We heard a little bit of Colin Lounsbury, what their team's perspective was, and now they're going to pit. It's been 26 laps since they last pit. Do they just see an opportunity to change drivers here?
There was a little contact between them and Salins in the last lap, and we're currently investigating. It looks like Salin's over their drive time right now, so we're trying to figure out what's going on there, hoping that we can get a hold of the driver here shortly. So they're sitting on the pit lane. We'll see if we can figure out what's going on with them. But in the meantime, we've got Love Racing taking their stop and doing a switch as well.
Now, I was going to say this is a bit awkward timing for Love Racing with 2 hours 6 minutes to go, but the reality is they're going to have to make one more stop regardless. And so at the next stop, they could put in who drove Colin Lounsbury again, and that would work out with no dramas.
Yeah, they absolutely could, and he was their qualifying driver, so you'd think he'd be the quick one. So watch a little bit of battle. So a battle for position on track, a little bit less of a battle for position, of course, because the Salin's car being over the drive time limit, 2-hour drive time limit in the ChampCar iRacing series. So if you go over that limit by more than a minute, then your laps stop counting. So right now, Salin's is lapping, but it appears that they've either got the radio communications or the text communications are both shut off in their car and not able to get a hold of them right now. So handling that in the meantime. But always a little bit of drama.
It's a great exit off the corner for Nick Love, and he looks far, far more confident in the car. Now the third driver that we've seen for the Love Racing Veloster, and I think the Salin's car rolls out of the throttle a little bit. Nick Love takes his namesake and his team up into fourth place. Breaks very cautiously into China Beach, to be honest, but of course That makes a lot of sense. We have seen a couple of cars go off there, particularly in the early laps of this race. And now he gets going. It's really slow motion racing in third, who's just behind them, looking to put a lap on this group of drivers. And also the car that's gone the longest since it last pitted. 48 laps since really slow motion racing last pitted, whereas it's been 18 for Spinny Boys, 18 for 212 Racing, 1 for Love Racing and Team Salem, and 18 for Drive Trainer Motorsports. So really slow motion racing, and Thomas Asboth quite a long way into his stint. You suspect that if they can, they'll try to continue this on to a point where their third driver, Zoltan Bemme, can get in the car and take it all the way to the end.
Yeah, I got to think.
Okay, a little bit more mowing.
Yeah, the outside of turn number 1's curves right now is, I got to think it's just dirt at this point. They've been using it up out there. But yeah, Thomas running around, consistent laps, and crucially still on the lead lap by nearly 30 seconds. So a really important thing to consider, especially when we only got 2 other guys on the lead lap. So Spinny Boys hold down the fort at the front of the field right now, 212 Racing in second, and really slow motion racing 59 seconds back in third. So he'll be hoping that they can kind of stretch that out and make the one more stop work. Finding their way around that Salem's car right now. Gets a lot of space for it. That's good stuff.
Yeah. Still on the lead lap, and with your top 3 all needing one more stop to get to the end. For the Spinny Boys, we have not seen Austin Tucker yet, so that's a driver change that would still need to happen. And for 212 Racing, we have seen both of their drivers, so they've got a little more options there, but I guess Tyler Kokako would probably have to get back in.
Yeah, that'd be what we'd expect. I have received the unfortunate news that Tyler's teammate is an American, so we can't cheer as hard for that car. We'll have to wait until Tyler gets back in it.
By we, you mean you?
Yeah, sorry, my bad. And the fans, of course. But no, they're having a pretty solid race out there today. They've done a good job with strategy, and fallen. Ooh. Less good of a job.
In it. You'll be fine if you just keep your foot in it.
I was going to say less good of a job with the track limits. Andrew really using them up. Oh, you're on set wide. I feel like I should stop talking about him. Maybe stop talking about anyone with my my magic touch today. It's like I talk about a car and a driver, and all of a sudden their tires just turn to ice and brains turn to mush.
And their pedals fail or their internet fails. Devin. Now, this is your race leader looking to put an extra lap on Drive Trainer Motorsport.
Yeah, Drive Trainer won't want that, but Garremeyer hasn't had the same pace as our leader right now, so he'll be hard-pressed to hold him off. Impatient stuff here from Alex Crawford.
Thinks about looking to the inside of turn 1, where the apex curb has been a bit lethal for some.
Gets good run on the exit though, and he'll take the outside line into China Beach. We'll see if he gets some help here. Looks like he does.
Yeah, and once he gets a little bit of overlap, it's relatively unsporting to try to defend your lap at that point. So they will now be 3 laps down.
Big drama for really slow motion racing. Wow, they managed to keep it off the wall, but that was a stressful moment there for Thomas. He's going into 8 as he comes over the hill, and he's a little bit wide on the entry, and that pushes him off. And he slides all the way through the gravel, uses it all to slow down, and manages to keep the thing rolling off the wall, crucially. But that's another tough moment for them as they try to stay on the lead lap. Nearly 9 seconds lost, I'd say, as they went through there. Not to mention what it's going to take to clean off the tires.
I'd say you're just about right. We also saw 212, I think, just try to take that really wide entry and catch some of that grass in that same spot. But I think really slow motion racing got a slightly bigger bite of it at a bit more speed, and it carried them further off course.
212 did mention that when they took their last stop, they put a lot of fuel, and I don't think they put new tires on, so they could be suffering from old tire-itis, and that's a real bummer when you're out on the racetrack.
Just trying to think of a pun. I got nothing. It's going to be like, they got arthritis, or I know there's something out there. But I ain't got it. Now Nick Love is showing the pace that's still in this Veloster. Last lap, 32.3.
Yeah, quick one from him, and those are pretty fresh tires on that car.
Just hitting their sweet spot now as well. 6 laps into the stint. He has a 132.1 to make him the 3rd fastest car on track at the moment. Who's their race with at the moment? I think it's still against really slow motion racing.
Yeah, I gotta think so. I mean, on the one hand, racing for the win's important because you want to win those 150 champ bucks, but there is also the season-long prize that Love Racing has to consider here too. So a top 3 finish would be really nice for them. And with how far off sequence they are, you got to think that they've got a pretty good advantage here. Thomas is 53 laps onto that set of tires, and I think we saw 62, 63 being what we saw as the overall race length. I'll let you talk about that though. We're seeing a pass here. That's Thomas. Oh yeah, Thomas is passing Will Automaker while I'm staring at my timing screen. But yeah, so with that and the pit stop, you got to think that Love Racing will get pretty close to Thomas when they finally have to make their stop.
Yeah, I think the problem for Love Racing still is that they've got another stop to come. They stopped just a little too early to be able to make it all the way to the end. So it will be a 3-stop race for Love Racing and a 2-stop race for really slow motion racing. But the final stop could be a bit of a quick one for Love Racing. Takes 30 seconds for a driver change. Takes about 24 seconds to change the front 2 tires. So if your final stop is for 2 tires and a driver change and the splash of fuel required, it can be a 30-second stop. Whereas the complete full service from completely empty to a completely full tank looks closer to 50 seconds. So there is a potential that the final stop for Love Racing is about 20 seconds quicker than really slow motion racing, but they still find themselves a minute and 20 off of that position at the moment. So they'll get closer when the strategy plays out. The way it stands at the moment, but they aren't going to get that whole minute like they would if Love Racing could go to the end, which they can't on either driver time or fuel.
Yeah, that's the driver time's the key one. Because even if you could do a lot of fuel saving, you'd struggle. It's kind of interesting to watch these TCRs go around. Just it feels like they're already struggling for front end grip with some of these guys. Nice thing about in the ChampCar series, you can go and run 305s in the front and 255s in the rear, and not not get in any trouble for it. So you can kind of overcome some of the balance issues that happen when you're putting everything through the front tires. I think there's a delta between the front and rear tires on these cars, but I don't think it's quite as big as that.
TCR cars are square all round, because what some teams do in, say, a qualifying session is go out, do some sick burnouts on the front tires, immediately come back into pit lane, jack the car up, swap the front and the rear tires, bada bing, bada boom. Now you've got warm rear tires, and you can mash the throttle to warm up the cold tires that were the rear tires that are now the front tires. Hey presto, warm tires all round for your first flying lap.
Interesting stuff. That's a cool strategy.
And then I was out at Queensland Raceway last weekend, where TCR Australia was racing, and I made note of they move all the tires around every single which way. I saw a couple sets in a rack where left front had been crossed out to left rear, and right rear had been crossed out to left front, and they're moving them from every corner to every corner on those cars.
Interesting stuff. You got out there, maybe they're out there with the tape measures, doing managing the offset a little bit.
So yeah, rear tires are the same size as the front tires, even though they are, well, one end of the car's getting a lot more work done than the other.
Yeah.
Fastest lap of the race now by Spinny Boys. They've just crossed the line for the first lap in the 1:30s all race, and the track is toasty as well, so not a bad effort from Alex Coffard with a 1:30.9, and again, HJBC.live with the live timing, and it helps extend their race lead out now to almost 17 seconds.
Yeah, they're slowly building up the gap there on second place in class. It's a great stint here from Alex Coffard, it must be said. Really kind of putting the cherry on top of the qualifying effort by his teammate, Tyler Agostino, who has put in some fast laps. Are expecting a third driver in the car, another Carolinian, Oster Tucker. Carolinian? What do you think?
Carolinian, I'd go Carolinian.
We'll have to ask them. Maybe they go for NASCAR fan, Carolina guys. I'm hearing from the producer that they hailed Dale. Regardless, they're doing a pretty good job out here in Mid-Ohio, so impressive stuff. Wasn't a sure thing at the start. Qualified 5th, leading on some good strategy so far, with under 2 hours to go. And we are being reminded that a little bit less fuel in that Spinning Boys car out front than the guys behind, because they did stop and take a whole boatload, so they might make up some ground on this next pit stop. And either way, watching Rasmussen Racing now, they're coming up on Garrett Meyer in that drive trainer car, so they'll be looking to put him a lap down as well. That'll be 3 laps. Garrett Meyer and that drive trainer motorsport car is behind. Unfortunate for them. It's an easy mistake to make at turn 1, but a painful one.
So we saw the Spinny Boys lap Drivetrain and Motorsports not too long ago. Now 18 seconds back down the road, it's 212 Racing's turn. Look at Rasmussen really try to set up a run off the final corner, and he will, because Garrett Meyer runs a little wide there, and now they go side by side on the pit straight. 212 Racing will surely get this time. They move across a little bit as well, and then they make sure for good measure to hook a little bit of that turn 1 apex curve. They get through eventually now, and there's nothing but clean air between themselves and the race leading Spinny Boys.
I just love watching Rasmussen's tires just hook. There's like that little divot at the apex of the last corner, and because he took it a little bit straighter, a little bit more from the right to the left, he was able to get such a good run out of there. So even if Meyer had wanted to slow him down, I'm not sure he could have. Things have spread back out again as we have another sort of long stretch of green here, nearly 30 laps.
Hey Devin, what did I say was the longest anyone had run on a tank of fuel? It's 63
laps.
We're now 69 away from the checkered flag, which is nice. But it means that we are about 6 laps from the pit window to get to the end opening up. Any teams you could see wanting to take advantage of that window when it opens?
Well, there's one of them right in the center of the screen right now that might be very interested in that, and it will actually be a bit of a challenge for them. So we've been kind of noticing Thomas running, medium laps. I wouldn't say like blazing fast, but if he's been saving a bit of fuel, they might be trying to get to that window. They're on lap 59 in this stint right now. The longest we've seen is 63. We're 69 laps to go right now. So 4 extra laps. It looks like they need to have saved almost 2 laps of extra fuel, or 1 lap on this stint and 1 lap on the next stint to make that work. It's going to be tight. It's going to be tight over there in that really slow motion racing camp. And of course, they'll be also banking on any potential pit stops to sort of shorten how long they got to go till the end. I don't know if that gets factored into our sort of rudimentary fuel calculations here. So I don't know, but it is possible at this point that really slow motion racing could do 1 more stop till the end.
Yeah, you're right. They're in a really, really narrow sort of pit window here where they're just coming to the end of this stint. But if they have to stop in the next 2 or 3, then it's very tight for them to get from there to the end.
Yeah. Luckily, with the fuel tanks in these cars, Asbach should be clear. You'll still have to make a stop, and we've got 3 drivers registered for that Hungarian entry. Would be fun though, seeing a Hungarian team take a win. Get them a little bit closer to racing in the ChampCar series. Get those Australians in the race cars, and they're fast, and they come from overseas. So maybe the Hungarians got something.
I'd love it. That'd be great. A bunch of them come over, race some of the tracks that are known around the world.
Mm-hmm.
Mid-Ohio, I guess, is one of them. Definitely Sebring, Daytona, Watkins Glen, all come to mind. But then, you look at your Mid-Ohio's, Road Americas of the world, and I'll be honest with you, off the top of my head, I can only name one track in Hungary.
Is it the Hungaroring?
It is the Hungaroring. Actually, here's a second track. All of those tram tracks that Budapest's really long trams ride along. Those would be good. So those are the two places I'd go to Hungary for a track day. But certainly, there's a lot more America, and there's a lot more racetracks to explore and to add to the resume. So the end of this lap would be 62 in the stint for really slow motion racing, though there has been a couple of laps under caution amongst all that. But you remember how quick they were like racing around under caution to catch the pack, got waved around, and then were racing around again. So I don't think any of the cars that got a lap back under the last caution actually saved any fuel under caution.
You're probably right about that. I was going to say on the track selection subject a little bit earlier, Peter's profile was saying that he'd also raced at Istanbul. So if you were going to go for a little drive, you could race there too, I guess. But it's a cool opportunity for sure. And honestly, I think we tell this story probably entirely too often, but if you want to go from simulated racing to real world racing, ChampCar is probably your best bet in North America, if not the world. Honestly, it's low barrier to entry. Rent a seat, rent some gear if you want, and show up at the track, and you can go racing. I had literally never done a stint in a real race car, not even at a high performance driving school, not even at an autocross. The first time I got into a race car to go out racing in the ChampCar series, and went and did 4 hours in the afternoon in the rain and in the dark at VIR in 2017, and it was a great old time, and the sim racing skills transferred, let me tell you.
So I'm willing to say that about now, or maybe in one lap, the window is open for drivers to stop, make their final stop, and go all the way to the end. You see the race leaders, Spinny Boys, they are going to pass pit entry. They're not pitting again yet.
Yeah, not quite. We will have to keep an eye on that really slow motion racing car, though. As they go through the keyhole, we'll be expecting them potentially this time by, unless they've saved enough fuel. And like we said, 66 laps remaining. They need to save 1, maybe 2 on this stint, and 1, maybe 2 on the next stint to do it in one more stop. Otherwise, there's going to be a splash and dash, or they're hoping for a caution.
A little offline coming over the crest, but keeping it on track this time. There's a few little crests there where sitting in the car, you just got to know where the track goes. It's the exit of that corner. It's a little switchback before as you approach it too. And not this time, says Thomas Asboth. I don't know how to pronounce the accented characters for Hungarian names.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. I'm going with the French pronunciation of those ones, so the international audience will have to forgive me.
And then the only other thing I know is that in Age of Empires 2, the Magyar civilization get cavalry upgrades for free. So that's great. Magyar Hussar are great against siege and very gold efficient. So
I've been to the Hungarian club here in town.
Do they serve good food?
They do.
I imagine they would.
Yeah, albeit only in the on the designated local festival for that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm a big fan of Hungarian. club, especially and our Hungarian racers today. I'm referring to the iRacing club as well as the local real one. No, but it's a pretty solid showing for that team. And we'll see. They're coming to that final corner again. We'll see if anyone decides to make a stop for them. Did they save enough?
They're still going. They're still going. I do love how massively lopsided some of the populations of the iRacing clubs are. So, the US is split up on iRacing into Carolinas, Illinois is its own club, etc., etc. There are some that you're like, okay, that's a population of like maybe 3 or 4 million people, and then Hungary is in Central Eastern Europe Club, which I know also encompasses Poland, Czechia, all of the rest of Eastern Europe, like 100 million people.
I mean, I'll stay out of geopolitics, but I imagine there's probably not a ton of iRacing accounts coming out of Ukraine right now. But anyway, I think yeah, it is a little interesting. I mean, in Canada at least, it's only one club, and it takes like 2 weeks to drive across this whole country. So, you can whether it's population or whether it's geography, I think it's
and then we're linked with New Zealand, I think, for Club Oz NZ.
And you must hate that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. But the club logo is a kiwi and a kangaroo, I think. But the way that they're posed together kind of looks like always looks like a whale tail. It's odd.
I will look for that next time I'm watching some Oz New Zealand Club. I'm also going to look around for those Turkish drivers next time I need a fuel-saving job, because Thomas Sazbath has gone and...
Hungarian.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. I'm just losing my mind. But Thomas
just a couple minutes ago you said, I'm not going to create a geopolitical incident. And now...
You got me. But yeah, the really slow motion racing car on lap 66 of this stint. So in uncharted territory for us. We haven't seen anyone go this long. And if they were to stop this lap, we would say that they've got a clear run to the end. Full go. Now, the one thing to consider is that
they did get their teammates back, I think.
Yeah, their teammates have reconnected. They appear to be currently connected. The other thing is that if they're worried about a caution flag, this stop is going to put them a lap down. And so if you want to try not to be a lap down, it would make sense to try and push this stint as long as possible. And they will. 67 this time by.
Don't stop me now, because I'm having a good time, having a ball, really slow motion racing. I've gone into uncharted territory, as you say, and they are still about 10 seconds off going a lap down to the race leader, which is Spinny Boys and Alex Coffard. Still one more pit stop required for this team, and the only driver we haven't seen for them is, as I said, Austin Tucker. Saw Andre Jameson recently connect, and he's the driver that we haven't seen yet from Drive Trainer Motorsport. And between Zoltan Zeme, Austin Tucker, and Andre Jameson, those are the only 3 drivers that haven't yet appeared in this race.
Yeah, definitely the only ones we're expecting.
Or Bill Salen, if you count him.
Yeah, him too.
I don't know. He posted a picture this morning. It looked like he was at Cedar Point or something.
Yeah, would make it a little bit tougher to race, to be fair.
Depends how far you live from Cedar Point. That's 24 seconds, the race lead now. there was a whole chunk of laps where first and second were together, and then eventually they shook second place. The tyres started to go off a little bit for 212 Racing.
Yeah, it's a little interesting because best lap wise, there's not a huge gap between them, but it does seem like consistency wise, Crawford is pulling away, making ground that way, you know.
And to chat with us now from the Spinny Boys, Tyler Agostino. Hello.
Hey guys.
So, from where you're sitting, you're probably relatively pleased with how it's playing out at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I was happy to just kind of turn over a clean car and in a good position. Alex has really been running away with the race, so taking it one step at a time now.
We've asked this before. We got to ask it of everyone. When you've got the choice of car, what leads you to choosing what you chose with the Honda Civic?
So this is a little bit of a silly answer, but I listened to
you guys
YouTube
seem like
videos.
You're dead serious.
I listened to YouTube videos of what each of the cars sounded like, and I liked the Civic sound the best. And so I picked that for the start of our league that was using TCRs last season. Got to know the Civic, and that's how we ended up picking the car. But I've heard it was one of the more stable ones. It seemed to do pretty well for us. Seems well balanced, a little bit slower than the Audis in a couple of situations, but we like it pretty much.
I was going to say, if there's anything to pick between the different manufacturers, it seems like stability riding the turn one curb is the defining feature.
Yeah, I managed to just clip the turn one curb every time, just enough to unsettle the car. So being in the Civic is nice because that wasn't a huge issue for me. But honestly, any of these cars are pretty easy to drive. You just kind of slam the loud pedal if you get out of shape, and it tends to straighten itself out. They're not always the best for hot lapping, but they always produce great racing and good door-to-door action. Gotten making a couple of good on-track overtakes today, so I was pretty happy with that.
Now this says that in 114 laps of racing, Spinny Boys have one incident point and you're responsible for it. What do you have to say for yourself?
I'm very sad about that because Alex has been giving me a hard time about this, but I've been known to get 1x per stint in a lot of my endurance races. Not quite all of them, but on tracks that I'm a little bit more comfortable with. That seems to always be the case. I get one off track and maybe a 0x contact here and there, but that seems to be about it. Crawford, on the other hand, is a much better racer overall than I am, so I'm not surprised to see him with a 0x. He's been pushing it a bit, but definitely keeping it between the lines.
How much time do you think you guys need to fend off the extra fuel in that 212 racing car?
Not too sure. We're hoping to, we're running up on our drive time limit here in a couple of minutes, but we're hoping to take it from the end here, and shouldn't be too big of a refuel for us. We got some other quick guys. It won't be me getting back in the car, but we do have another quick guy that should be rotating in. So I don't know. Hopefully we'll be able to do something with this nice lead that Alex gave us.
Good stuff. I got one more question. Was the fat Daniel Ricciardo profile picture intentional just to mess with Haynes, or just your general one?
Isn't that Ricciardo's face on Checo's body,
that is exactly what that is.
Exactly what haunts the dreams of Helmut Marko.
Yes, it was originally the photoshopped overweight photo of Checo Perez, which I'd said a while ago as a joke about the cost cap budget and the catering thing that Red Bull was going through at the time. And then when Danny Rick came back to AlphaTauri, I decided to Photoshop that together. It's Chunko Pericchiardo. He's coming for all of our seats.
Beautiful.
Good luck. Get out of here.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate the coverage.
Okay. Tyler Agostino from Spinny Boys. They're still race leading. While that was going on, we saw the relatively expected pit stop from Really Slow Motion Racing and Zoltan Deme in for the first time, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but it was 70 laps for his predecessor, and now hoping to take it all the way to the end, and fingers crossed for that Hungarian ISP. But they retain third place, and they should be able to go all the way to the end. And Love Racing, sort of 15 seconds behind. Still got to bring those new tyres in, which has been a challenge for everyone in all of the manufacturers.
You know what they say, you don't mess with the Zoltan. But I was actually impressed to note too that that really slow motion racing team was able to stretch that final lap, or that stint, all the way out to 70 laps. So if there was any question about fuel, it is thoroughly answered, and we'll see Zoltan open it up, and I imagine push really hard. And I can't really feel like he's going to struggle that much with this car, because I'm looking at his last few races here, and I'm seeing the Audi 90 GTO represented pretty thoroughly in here. So this is the guy who likes to drive some sketchy automobiles.
That was, of course, a car designed and raced way, way back before safety had been invented, or color film, or cancer even.
But they had invented the twist the knob to turn up the boost. And that's an important feature.
Yes. They had invented whistling turbos as well, and 5 cylinders, and 4-wheel drive, and proportional 4-wheel drive as well. I think there's also a dial that sort of sends how much you want to the front.
Well, I'll take your word for that. But
it might be in the setup options, but it's in there. It's in there.
Yeah, it's a handful of a car, that's for sure. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do. That pit stop has put them down a lap now, 2.5 minutes behind the lead. But we are still expecting, of course, another stop from both the Spinny Boys and 212 Racing ahead. And this is kind of like a very elaborate undercut here. So once both the leading two have to stop, we expect that they'll be on the same lap. And then, of course, there's always the chance that someone just goes and stuffs it in the wall. And then all of a sudden you gotta race, you know?
That's sport. Now we go to our weather correspondent, Devin Peters. Devin, looking like a hot weekend in Ohio.
I've heard that 102 degrees Fahrenheit is hot. Now, I wouldn't know because I'm in Canada, but combine that with 62% humidity, and it's basically a tropical jungle out there right now. So those cars are slipping and sliding. They're having a great time. Well, okay, 39 degrees Celsius, sure, but that's warm as heck, man. I live in a place that's been on fire for most of the summer, and we haven't even seen 39 once.
It's the middle of flippin' winter, and we had 32 last weekend. It was like, this is a really, really nice summer day. Don't think about the fact that it's not summer. What a beautiful day. Just put out of your mind that it's not summer. But yeah. So had me a real toasty one, working on my winter tan. As you can see, we've got these TCRs forming on the grid, moving towards the racetrack in the mid-afternoon, with chance of champagne showers just after the checkered flag in 90 minutes time. Spinny Boys still lead now to a 30-second lead over 212 Racing. We talked about the pit stop and the driver change from really slow motion racing. Love Racing sitting in fourth. Nick Love still lapping consistently 132s. Tim Salen scored fifth at the moment, but pretty much guaranteed that as these laps don't count at the moment, they're functionally an EC car a little bit at the moment, I suppose. And Drive Trainer Motorsport in sixth, with Garrett Meyer, still waiting to see Andre Jameson in that car. I've got a bunch of matching BEMS stickers that match that car, and one of them's on my helmet.
While we're talking about BEMS, you'll have to give me the full plug, because I actually don't know what a BEMS is.
A Bennett Engineered Motorsport. Do you want to race an Acura Integra in Champ Car probably somewhere in Florida, like Sebring or Daytona, you can rent yourself a BEMS.
That sounds like a good time. They made those new Acura Integras, and I think they're a little bit ugly compared to the old ones, but, you know, pretty much everything is.
Yeah, man.
If anyone wants to sell me their minty, fresh Acura Integra, though, my girlfriend's been asking for one for years. So no mileage, no rust. You send it over.
Well, no S2000s are changing hands for under like 50k or something stupid now, right? And I think I'd seen some of the hello, Love Racing are off the track. Mind the rejoin. Okay, they've gone for a ride through the carousel.
That's not the fast way.
No.
He must have just thought my Acura combo was so funny he forgot to brake. By the looks of things.
So Love now sits 2 laps down after that adventure.
Yeah, you're not loving that if you're in the Love Racing cars, because you would like to stay within 1 lap of the lead. But again, points are a factor here. The Love Racing guys have been out for all 3 of the races, including this one that we've had so far this year. So potentially looking at the points series as well.
So I'm trying to work backwards on this one for Coffard. 45 plus 29. So now working some 74 laps at the moment.
92 seconds.
I could have just looked, but he's going to be the end of the stint now for Alex Coffard. There's 1 driver left to get in the leading Spinny Boys Honda Civic Type R. Will 212 pit this same lap? I suspect they're also coming up towards the end of their driver time here as well. 80 minutes left on the clock. Car goes up on the jacks and Alex Coffard is out.
I actually think that the 212 guys can probably go a few more laps, given that they fueled a little bit harder. We're just ballpark math. I want to say we're around 72, 73 minutes for Coffard here, 71 even. So if the 212 guys want to keep it going, they can keep running for another 7 to 10 minutes.
So they do stay out. 212 Racing go to the race lead with Andrew Rasmussen. Austin Tucker gets in Spinny Boys with a new set of tyres, and I think it's 4 new all round.
Yeah, I gotta think so. Taking a pit stop, full fuel, makes sense to go with the tires. And Austin Tucker makes his first appearance in the car. Did you know that green and yellow are the official colors of Saskatchewan?
No, now I do. Do you know what the official colour of Queensland is?
Purple.
Maroon.
Close. Oh!
The race leading, net race leading Spinny Boys, those cold tyres at China Beach, and they've gone for a ride. They've gone for a ride on the rejoin. It's a bucking Bronco of a Honda Civic Type R, and for Austin Tucker, this is not the initiation he was looking for. We were talking about how do you rate your lead compared to 212 Racing? Well, they've definitely gone and lost some time. We're looking at the replay now, Devin.
Yeah, It's a simple case of cold tires. You stomp on the brakes. The cold tires say, no, I'm not going to turn. Luckily, he manages to get it in there pretty deep, and I think he engaged in a little bit of right foot magic as he tried to straighten the thing out and keep it off the wall. But unfortunately for him, that sent him flying back across the track to the right-hand side and rejoined slowly on the left. Cold tires, dirty tires, everything you love to have on your outlap. And Spinny Boys is going to lose a bit of time there in the pits, and a critical bit of time potentially, because 212 Racing is going to be licking their chops, you got to think, while they prepare for their final stop, while they try to find their way around Bill Salem here. Sorry, no, it's not Bill. That's Will Nonamaker. I'm all over the map today.
They're starting to run up against their drive time limit here, 212 Racing. And Andrew Rasmussen. Kokaiko, forgive me again, got out at the first caution. Rasmussen got in at that caution, drove to the next caution where they also topped off the fuel. He's been driving since then. And it's about to no longer be an issue anyway, because they're going to pit in potentially in reaction to Spinny Boys, and it could be relatively close after this. Lead might be down about 15 seconds or so after the outlap adventures of Austin Tucker.
Yeah, another factor is that really slow motion racing was able to find their way past Austin Tucker. Unclear to me if that was before or after the off-track incident, but yeah, it looks like it was. Yeah, it was during that off-track incident. So either way, and actually, did Austin Tucker go off again? I think he did go off again at China Beach this lap. Yeah, he did. He did the same thing.
2 laps in a row?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
He moved the braking point back, so this time he only went off on the left-hand side, but yeah, 2 times in a row, and that's not so good for your endurance.
It's going to be close. Kokaiko's rolling out the pit exit. He's on cold tires. Here comes Spinny Boys around the outside on the racing line. They are side by side and level for the race lead. And Spinny Boys and Austin Tucker lead, but by nothing, by the skin of their teeth. Now it's 212 Racing's turn to try to manage this one, and they had a much shorter pit stop than I was expecting. They've definitely only changed front tires on the 212, which means they should have a little more confidence here on the rear tires as well.
Yeah, you gotta think that the warm rears are going to be an advantage here as they're trying to get up to speed, and you also got to think that the Spinny Boys haven't done much to warm those tires up in the last 2 laps, with Tucker getting them dirty at China Beach both times.
Now, iRacing grass used to be very cold, and then for some reason, they kind of had to make it warm again. So the tires do get dirty, but they don't necessarily get that cold from the expedition that Austin Tucker went on. And you're trying to tell me he went on a second expedition. It can't have been particularly egregious, because the lap was a 1:36 when...
Third expedition!
They're going to name mountains and rivers after this guy, because he's finding parts of the track no one else has yet, but somehow Austin Tucker retains the race lead, heading towards the carousel. He went off the track for the 3rd time in as many laps. The lead's down to half a second. All the pit stops are cleared. This is a wheel-to-wheel battle for 75 minutes still to go in the ChampCar iRacing Series, 4.5 hours of Mid-Ohio. There's $150 of ChampCar prize money on the line for whoever can take it. Both of these teams could use that. Both of them with drivers and representatives in the USA and familiar with ChampCar that would love that prize. And Austin Tucker refuses to put his hands on the trophy.
Oh boy. It's getting spicy out there.
Oh my, it seems like that car is a handful. I'm pretty confident they changed all 4 tires last stop, which means cold tires all around. The front tires might take a lap, 2 laps, 3 laps to come in, but the rear tires definitely seem like they are taking a little bit longer. It's not a problem for 212 Racing. They only changed their fronts.
Yeah, Tyler's definitely looking a little bit more comfortable right now. Tucker's kind of seeming to have to relearn all his marks here. Taking it smooth and steady though right now.
Your top three on track at the moment have made their final pit stops. Drivetrainer Motorsport also have. We were watching this race lead battle, but now Andre Jameson is in the Drivetrainer Motorsports Honda. The only two cars that still need to stop are Love Racing and Team Salem.
Yeah, that should be about right. So the pit lane is on the verge of being quiet, though I got to think that if you're Love Racing and Salem, you're hoping to gain from a caution flag, especially if the leaders keep deciding to throw themselves off the track like this. So you're really banking on something to get you back in the race. The only other car on the lead lap right now is that really slow motion racing car, and despite the fact that they're running a little bit quicker than our leaders right now, about 6 to 7 seconds, 7/10 a lap, the Zoltan will not likely break down that 90-second gap between him and the leaders without extra help.
Sure is doing well for himself at the moment, though, lapping in the 1 minute 31s. Sultan Deme for really slow motion racing, so is building more safety buffer to these current first and second place cars and looking further from going that lap down.
Clean one from Tucker last time by. Puts 3/10 between himself and second place. Pressure's on though.
Yep, it's present. It's right there.
You see a raging Canadian behind you, you know. Pushing a front wheel drive car as fast as it can go.
Ooh, mind if I scooch by you? I want to see some of the 212 Racing perspective. I think they've got the most interesting view at the moment, watching what lines Austin Tucker is taking and trying to stay close and keep this racing alive. And it also shows you how that's actually a blind crest there. And then also you can't see the exit curb of this corner until, oh, there it is. So it all looks so easy from the television cameras that are placed up high and with great sight lines. When you're sitting in the car, there's actually a little more that you don't see until you're all on it. And that's an inch away from going into the grass and then maybe in the wall. Tyler Kokaiko of 212 Racing got so deep into the carousel, almost did what I'm guessing Nick Love probably did at that part of the track.
Well, and if he actually races that SC2, SC3 that we saw, or that I was looking at pictures of earlier, that he's familiar with driving front-wheel drive cars fast. And there is something to that. Doing those little diamondy corner entries is kind of part of the deal. Especially with the arrow, you kind of want to run the entry to the corners fast, you know?
You know, the straight line for this car's been pretty good. We've talked about that a couple of times. Saw them racing wheel-to-wheel with Drivetrainer. We've seen them racing wheel-to-wheel with Spinny Boys and others before. That the Audi seems to, at least in the first half of the straight, pull pretty well. Seems to accelerate to its top speed with a little bit of gusto. That's one of the strengths seems like it's got.
Yeah, he is pulling an extra mile an hour. Ooh, a little bit wide into Thunder Valley. That's going to cost him. It's that corner being off camber. It's really tough to just time the turn in right to make sure that you get to the apex.
Yeah, extends this race lead now to 2.6 seconds. So anything could yet still happen.
Yeah, 2.6 is a lead until you think about losing 9 seconds at China Beach.
And having found his rhythm now, Austin Tucker is starting to close in on really slow motion racing the third place car to put them a lap down.
An extra lap. Or no, sorry, a first lap.
Yes.
Yeah, they're on the lead lap right now. They are hoping,
but barely, by about 5 seconds.
Shows up. Yeah, they're hoping that a caution shows up and puts them in a position where they can get that lap back. As we come up on 68 minutes to go, just over an hour.
Taking a look at the lap times for Andre Jameson, because Drivetrainer Motorsport car, after being the most brutally damaged car we've seen all race so far, get back out there, did continue, and yeah, Jameson had 32 last lap, and now it's out to a 133.2.
Yeah.
Best lap of his stint so far. Yeah, 33.1 actually, I think. But still, a driver who made the 4-tyre swap, and it seems like it takes quite a bit longer to get back into the performance window after a 4-tyre swap.
Well, and for coming out,
I nearly jinxed him.
I was gonna say, for coming out and putting on a good show, they've got it's worth shouting out their sponsors. So they've got not just BEMS, they've got me shirts on the back. Which appears to be a shirt decorating company, which I can say is the first time that I've encountered that in my life.
I wonder if they made my BEMS shirt.
It's entirely possible. Uh-oh. Okay, they're back. We should stop looking at them. I think we're putting too much pressure on that internet.
Yeah. This is second place, now 3 seconds behind Spinny Boys. Just enough that you can see them, just enough that there's some pressure on them, but it now seems as they settle into the rhythm that the Spinny Boys Honda has just a tiny bit more pace on whatever Tyler Kokaiko can find. And it's the car that qualified 5th leading the race from the car that qualified 3rd. So it's all shuffled up. No one's racing in the position that they qualified.
Well, and it must be said they're starting to catch up to the car that qualified first in that really slow motion racing car. So I am a little bit curious to see how Zoltan decides to play this. How hard are you going to fight to stay on the lead lap? It's pretty important at this point.
Now 4 seconds the lead that Spinny Boys has over 212 Racing Audi. Scruffy bit of lap through here for second place. As the leader works towards the carousel, track drops away just a little bit as you go to turn into it. And you can see they're separated by about the length. Pit straight.
Oh, Tucker got on the inside of that curb, and I thought he was dead. That was a heck of a save coming out of one. Oh, boy. They're putting it on the line right now for this race. You can feel the money pressing them from behind. We'll watch them go into one here and I guess he'll come out of the final turn, and then head down the front straight. And when he comes out of one, he gets to the apex, hooks that inside tire on the inside of the curb, and just watch him drive this thing out. Whoa! Great catch.
Guess that's how it's done, and yeah, maybe a little too far across on the curb, and by about the midpoint it starts the high side and rotate the car, and you've got to make some corrective adjustments to stop things getting too far out of hand.
Corrective adjustments, eh?
I'm auditioning to become a central banker. Well, as you can see, things got out of hand, so we had to make corrective adjustments to interest rates.
I thought it was like an elocutionist type of thing. Anyway, here we are. 212, though, has gained a little bit from that. Looks like they've picked up about 2/10. Wasn't the fastest lap from them last time by, though, so they'll need a little bit more than just a loose moment in order to make up some time. That being said...
Well, it also stays really slow motion racing. It sort of saves them for another lap or two of worry.
I was going to say they're still hoping that someone crashes, disconnects, something like that, so they can get back on the end of the lead lap. Must be said, with the track temperature going up, we are seeing those lap times dropping off. But fastest on the track right now is that really slow motion racing team.
And they're back up at 32.2 with a 32.1, so some consistency from Zoltan Deme.
Yes. He is driving really well today.
Maybe we'll get handed a pronunciation guide at some point to stop us embarrassing ourselves.
Either way, that car is moving along pretty well. And it's probably worth refreshing for those who aren't hardcore enough to click on hjbc.live, refreshing everyone on the gap. So we got 5 seconds between Spinny Boys and 212 Racing, first and second. And then in third place, Really Slow Motion Racing, just holding on to the end of the lead lap with 1:26 gap between themselves and Spinny Boy on a 1:31 lap. The first car lap downs Love Racing. Team Salem is technically running 5th, but they'll receive a DQ before the end of the race for driver time. And Drive Trainer Motorsports running 3 laps down. As long as they finish the race, they'll still get credit for the points that they've earned today. And of course, there's not just 150 Champ Bucks dollars on the line for today's race for the winners. There's also 150 Champ Bucks dollars on the line for the season-long winners. So if you can find 2 of your most available buddies to show up and race with us, you've got a shot at not only getting to meet some of the cool people that put cars out on track in the real world, you also will get the shot at 150 Champ Bucks. Both season long and for showing up on a race day. And honestly, it has been the teams that show consistency that are ready to make themselves lucky when things go wrong for the people around them that have won races this season. So it's not just outright pace. The 5,000 iRating teams, they haven't always won. They've been making mistakes at critical moments that are getting picked off by those teams with 1,500, 2,000 I-rated drivers. So it's been kind of fun to see how important that sort of team element is as we enter this final hour of the race, and we'll see which team is able to bring this one home across the line.
Inside the final hour, I opened up Google Translate, I selected Hungarian, I typed in his name, and it said Zoltán Demey. So I'll be sticking with that going forward.
He's got one of those highly censored iRacing profiles, so I can't tell you anything good about him, unfortunately. Guy's got 420 starts in a road, though. He's driven an iRacing car or two.
Well, who was it that had only 200 that I was looking at before? Kyle Robertson?
Something like that, yeah.
Now, I've been very, very slack for quite a while, but I feel like I must have about 500.
You've definitely got almost a similar number doing commentary these days, so.
Oh, I've got a spreadsheet of it, so yeah, and I know that's about 500. But I have done... Come on, load. Career stats, come on. 1,246 official road races, 165 oval races, of which probably all of those are fixed IndyCar at Indianapolis. 35 dirt road and 5 dirt oval. 163 road wins, that's nice. I didn't know that.
I'm impressed.
I mean, I haven't really raced much since about 2019, so almost all of that sort of sits between 2014 and 2019. So I guess I'm like congratulating like past me, not present me, so it's not quite as weird to pat myself on the back about it.
I've only got 408 starts. In official races, anyway.
Now, these official starts for me are going to include a lot of, you know, endurance races and stuff, surely. So it says total laps, 22,800 for me in road racing.
Well, now you're making me go and look and take a look at mine, but either way, impressive numbers there.
Yeah, I think I've done a bit.
Got 7,537 laps. And I've led exactly 911 laps. 911, you know. Big Porsche guy.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Yeah. The driver who's driven the most legal laps in this race is on Andrew Rasmussen, 212 Racing, with 77 laps. Tyler Kokako is now up to 59 and will probably end up being one of the drivers doing the most because he's going to take that one all the way to the end. They are the only two driver combination running at the moment, so it's a lot more evenly spread out across Drivetrain and Motorsport, Spinny Boys, Really Slow Motion Racing, and Love Racing, where it's split 3 ways.
Yeah, it's working out for them so far. Watching as Andre Jameson is chased down by Zoltán Demey into the first turn here. And Zoltán's going to hope that Andre's car continues to exist as he tries to overtake it. Always a risky bit of business when the guy ahead of you is having some internet connection issues, but I'm sure Zoltán's familiar with it, given his earlier issues. And sure enough, he gets a good bit of fresh air from Andre Jameson. And honestly, I think if I'm Zoltán, I'm kind of happy to see that that Tucker's going to be catching Zoltán in Thunder Valley because, you know, it's a little bit nicer to overtake a guy on a straightaway than it is on the back half of the track here.
Yeah, so Zoltán Demey puts Andre Jameson the lap down as Austin Tucker continues to close in to put both of them a lap down here and continue to extend their lead now over 212 Racing again. How many times have we seen Spinny Boys and 212 Racing sort of close together, and then eventually Spinny Boys be able to work to build out a race lead again? It's happened a couple of times now.
Yeah, it's really close between them, but it's just enough that just enough of a pace gap that the Spinny Boys seem to be able to find that little bit extra. As long as Tucker keeps the consistency shown for 15 of the last 17 laps, then we can expect that he'll continue to do that. But a lapped car that you need to overtake is always a bit of a struggle.
And these are the two Hondas.
Yeah, I believe
Strafed
so.
in similar places. Now heading down towards China Beach. Still a couple too many car lengths in it for the race leader to demand a path be cleared for them. Now more like 5, 4, 3 car lengths back. Starting to be impeded a tiny bit here, but it is very rough to get through at this part of the track. And now heading over that little crest through the valley and towards the carousel. On the pit straight, though, it'll happen. Jamison rolls out of the throttle. Spinny Boys go and put them now an additional lap down to 4. It does halt a little bit of their progress towards putting third place a lap down. Another little break for really slow motion racing that keeps them on the lead lap just a little bit longer.
Yeah, it feels like they've been just losing like a tenth, maybe 2/10 every lap as they desperately fight to stay on the lead lap. Wow, and Zoltan's drifting it through China Beach. He's really putting it all on the line to try and stay ahead.
The last lap was pretty good from him as well, at a 1:31.8. The car's fastest lap, a 1:31.2, pretty much. Track temp stabilized a little bit potentially, but still significantly hotter than at the very opening of the race.
Yeah, you'd kind of figure, with us starting in the morning, that by the time it rolls around 3 o'clock, almost 4 o'clock by the end of the race, it'd get a little bit warmer. And sure enough, it has.
Not even catching 212 Racing in the back of that shot now, as they're now 10 seconds behind the lead.
Yep, the Spinny Boys are starting to pull out a little bit.
It was a super tumultuous start to the stint for Austin Tucker, and he nearly gave us a replay of it down at China Beach. He got in hot that time as well, but kept it on the racetrack. And from those opening couple of laps that were filled with a little too much excitement, as he settled into the rhythm, he's proved himself incredibly quick.
Yeah, since those early little mistakes, he's basically been in the 31 solidly, with only the odd lap slowing down to a 32. So exactly what you'd like to see.
And his teammate Alex Coffard joins us at the moment. Drove the middle stint, the second most laps of anyone to this point in the race. Did you get to see his outlap?
I saw him miss a braking point, and I literally just turned away, put me back in, coach, and then didn't even watch the rest. So I just came back to the computer, and I was like, "Are we still in the lead?" And he's like, "Oh, I went off a couple times, but we're still there."
And you dutifully went back and looked at the replay and commiserated.
No, I haven't even done that yet.
Okay, all right. Certainly exciting. Were there any points of the track that you found maybe particularly challenging in the front-wheel drive car? What's the biggest challenge to overcome and the biggest stress point?
Yeah, I really struggle in front-wheel drive cars in the sim. I want to get on the gas too early, and I can be kind of quick, or I can save the tires and the fuel, but I can't do both. So just kind of really trying to brake later than I want to, and then the rear kind of gets upset. And then I would say specifically the last sector, I just want to get on the throttle too quick every time, and I feel like I'm yanking the wheel a little bit too hard. So definitely a skill issue. I'm sure with a little coaching and a little help I'd do better, but front wheel drive and me, we don't vibe too great.
Talk us through the 3-stop strategy decision.
Yeah, pretty simple.
And who's calling the shots?
I was calling the shots at first. Well, I guess kind of the whole time. It's pretty simple though. You're going to spend less time fueling and tires under caution than you are under green flag. So even if it's not an outright better strategy, it kind of wins by default when there's a small field like this. If you're going to lose 30 or 40 spots taking tires, now that's a question that you have to be able to calculate the math on. How much time you're going to lose in traffic, how much time are you going to gain by having fresh tires, etc. But when you're able to have a lot of fresh air and clean air, it's pretty cut and dry. Just hop in, you cool your tires off, you get a little break, and then it kind of worked out good for us, to be honest. It gave everyone equal stints and gives Austin a good fresh car heading to the finish.
Now, I'm going to take a little bit of a look here. That's 5 incident points. Austin is 4 of them. Somehow you were none of them.
Yeah, it might be the first time in my life. Not just 0x's or 1x's, but 4x's as well. To be honest, I think just under driving the car. Like I said, I struggle with with overdriving the car. So my mindset was just be chill, brake a little late, but not so late you're going to miss the apex or anything, and just be casual on corner exit. And so because of that kind of leads towards not getting off tracks. But yeah, typically I'm a little bit more reckless when it comes to hopping on the grass and stuff.
Not too long till Fat Bear Week. You excited?
Fat Bear Week?
Yeah, my favorite week of the year in Alaska.
Oh, yeah, okay. Especially I've seen you linking those videos. I watch a couple of them. Yeah, there's a big event that they do in Valdez twice a year, and I never got to go. That's one of the things I was actually that I really regret is I never got to go to the one in summer. In winter, it's just skiing and snowboarding and partying, and then summer it's mountain biking and partying. But yeah, definitely jealous of all the people up there having a good time camping out, and I'd love to be there.
Did you ever go to the one where they launch the cars off the cliff?
So I've heard about that. So there's a couple places that launch off the cliff, or cliffs, I should say. We would go to Knik Airport, which is across the inlet from Anchorage International Airport. And that's the emergency, say a plane's taken off out of ANC and they need an emergency landing and can't make it back. That's the landing strip. It's literally in the middle of nowhere. There's no one around. It's on a huge cliff. And so people would just go there and shoot guns and drink and light cars on fire and launch them off cliffs. And so I've seen that done, but at the same time, like, we all grew up poor Alaskans, so every car you launch off a cliff is one less that you have to drive, so it's not very common.
I feel very educated in the culture of Alaska today.
Yeah, lots of drugs, lots of alcohol, and just hoping for summer because winter's nothing but depression. I'm sure you can vibe with that, Devin.
Oh yeah, sun comes up a couple hours a day. A bit up.
yeah, and
I just love salmon.
Oh yeah, that's one thing I miss here, being in the Carolinas. Hans was right; it's Carolinians. It's definitely, I don't know. I'm sure there's some people down here that think fish are better, but I think they're insane.
A few folks managed to pull this one together today. Got any plans for your champ bucks?
To be honest, no. I haven't attended one in about a year, and I don't know what. To be completely honest, I haven't thought about that. I might just donate it to a teammate, or I don't know if there's someone that's in dire need. Maybe my buddy Shane, if he ever gets a champ car going, I know he would use it. But for the most part, I guess that's across the bridge when I get to it, because I haven't even thought about it yet.
And just lastly, your favorite way to prepare or eat salmon?
Yeah, smoked salmon's my favorite for sure. I don't know. My uncle owned a fish smokery, so I'm a little bit biased there. But outside of that, my favorite is if you catch it fresh. What we would do is we would, fillet it and then take the whole fillet, wrap it in tin foil or aluminum foil with lemon, garlic, and just put it on a campfire. And meaning when I say put it on a campfire, not on a grill on a campfire, but like put it on the edge of the coals where the flames aren't there, but the coals kind of radiate the heat and it cooks pretty good. It's pretty easy to mess up because you can't, I shouldn't say you can't, it's hard to regulate the temp, but if you do it right, I don't know, I think it's kind of like having a beer after a long day of work. It's just a little bit more rewarding.
That sounds great. Lemon, garlic, bit of wood smoke.
Yep.
Fantastic. Thank you. Best of luck. 40 minutes to go. Thanks for joining us.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Alex Coffard drove 75 laps in the Spinny Boys Honda Civic in the middle part of the race.
Yeah, and then it sounds like he had to stand up and take a walk after watching some of Tucker's early struggles. But Tucker now, as we've been talking, chipping away at that really slow motion racing car ahead of him.
Here comes the final pit stop for Love Racing. So a driver change here, presumably, but they've got options of who they go to. Could be Colin Lounsbury again, or it could be Sean Saputra. Whether or not he's fixed his pedals, we don't know at this point. So it's Love out and to be replaced by, giving myself a little drum roll here, Colin Lounsbury. That doesn't surprise me too much, given the I guess the dramas that Sean Saputra had technically.
Yeah, Lounsbury put in some good qualifying laps for them. So
led some laps in the race.
Yeah. So he'll still need a bit of help from a caution. You got to think to be a factor in this race. But as we've kind of alluded to, being a good points finish wouldn't be the end of the world for these guys.
So this one's, I think, being held by the 4 tyre change more than anything else, as the stop's already past a minute here to put Colin Lounsbury in.
Do that, or Colin hasn't bound to turn off the fuel button.
Or the incoming driver didn't set it. Who knows? It does see them rejoin the race in 5th with Colin Lounsbury to take this one all the way to the end.
Yeah, it'll be 4th in the end. Of course, sailing, running it looks like a single car effort today with Will Nonamaker at the wheel. Single driver, not single car.
Oh, there's drive trainer off the circuit, Andre Jamison.
Oh, interesting. He's driving down the straightaway, and it looks like a bunch of chunks fall off the car.
Is there a bit of damage to the front left now? No, I think that's fine. He doesn't look entirely happy with the car at the moment.
Yeah, it looked like one of those deals where you kind of get a disconnection and then rejoin above or below the track a little bit.
It could just be an our perspective thing, mayhaps.
Hopefully, but the car doesn't look super happy.
Still watching the Drive Trainer Motorsport Civic. See if Jameson carries on, which he will. He's not pitting. He goes past where the pit entry is in the carousel towards the final corner. Might have just hooked a tiny bit of the grass on the exit and just gain in these front wheel drive cars. When you get one tire off the far side of the curb, it sucks you further out there as the tire on the outside spins up on the grass. The tire's still on the pavement, has traction. It forces you further off the track if you stay on throttle. And there is some weird camber and elevation going on at the keyhole there as well as some weird fans that like to hurl obscenities at Scott Dixon.
It's surprising how bad the internet is for him with, with him only being from Tallahassee. It's not like it's Club Florida, allegedly.
T-Pain's from Tallahassee and he streams. He's got great internet. He's on iRacing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Have to go tune into that one. So we're getting to the point now, I think, where Austin Tucker has got to be close to within a second of really slow motion racing ahead.
It's about 2 at the moment, but you can see there that gap starting to shrink, getting a little closer to putting the lap down. Andre Jameson does pit for Drive Trainer Motorsport, and it's not really on schedule or anything. The car should have been able to go all the way to the end, but I wonder if his problems are just too severe there.
Yeah, it could be, like I said, one of those ones where a car just kind of smashes into the ground and there's not a lot you can do about it.
Garrett Meyer's going to get in. I think that'll be all right because, love racing her off the track. Colin Lounsbury, remember they took 4 brand new tires. The rear gets ahead of the front and then the rears go off the grass there heading towards China Beach, and then he just uses the Armco to help turn the car off the track. It's that's a bit nasty, but again, we see that the cold rear tires can be such a problem.
Yeah, it didn't look like he did anything wrong. Like it was a really smooth entry, really gentle turning, and the tires in the rear just never grabbed. Just turned and turned and turned, and all of a sudden he was facing the wrong way.
Love Racing car appears to be okay, and I can't see too much damage on it, which is surprising because it did take a hefty little chunk off the Armco.
So I've got Andrew Rasmussen here from 212 Racing. How's it going, Andrew?
It's going. It's going. 2 at the moment. Lights.
Pretty solid effort. First time in one of these races for you folks, right?
Yeah. So I've been racing Lemons for quite a while, but I'm actually building a ChampCar spec car in life.
What you building?
It's a Volkswagen Rabbit, 2008
Ooh.
Rabbit.
2.5?
Yep.
Is it one of the DSG ones or one of the 5 speeds?
Oh, it's a 5-speed, yeah.
That's pretty fun. I got one of those that I daily. Is it what are you thinking for it?
How do you mean?
Like, you gonna do a bunch of aero, suspension? What do you got?
Probably not. Honestly, I mean, the car pretty much has flat floors from the factory, except for the tunnel. So it's going to be springs, shocks, brakes. Legit. Try to keep it. Not give it too high. Last goes.
What's the VPI on that thing?
I think it's 350. So the VPI is weird because it says 6-cylinder, but it's not. Yeah, look, I need to look for clarification there, but I think it should fall in the 350 category.
Yeah, I don't think there's any 6-cylinder models of that one, as far as I know. Get half the Lamborghini V10. That's all.
Yeah, but I think there was like some misunderstanding with like the VR6 cars the generation before, so a little bit different. It's roughly the same horsepower, slightly longer. We'll see how that goes. I'm gonna get some clarification on it, hopefully for the end of the year, and finalize it. Figure out what power-wise.
Cool stuff. Where's it based out of?
Chicago.
Good stuff. Yeah. And how'd you and Tyler meet up?
So Tyler and I met through 212 Racing. We run a lot of endurance races together, which has been advantageous this round because we know our driving style, we know what pace we're capable of, and we were able to really nail the pit stop strategy and the race going. So Tyler's actually from Canada. We actually met in person at the Dames race, Sport, so that was cool. But yeah, we raced probably 3-4 events a year each other.
Good stuff. Where are you targeting for the debut of that Rabbit?
It will be Lemons Road America in October.
Cool. And then hopefully you guys win some champ bucks in one of these things and then come and join us shortly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal. We want to get a little bit more competitive with it. The group guys that I race with in real life are quite competitive, so it really comes down to time, right? If we can make it out with you guys. So yeah, that's the goal, is at least around like 3-4 events this year.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Well, you found the other Canadian who's a Bears fan, so bear down and good luck with your Rabbit.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You two could be speaking an entirely foreign language to me right there, but good to hear from you, and best of luck.
Hey, appreciate it, guys. We'll see you on track, hopefully.
There you go.
That was Andrew Rasmussen with that 212 racing car. I bet you those guys are hoping to get a little bit lucky, or maybe Austin Tucker makes a little mistake in that Spinny Boys car. He's got to find his way around some traffic here shortly.
Zoltan Demey in really slow motion racing is third place at the moment, and like we've been watching for the last almost half an hour, just slowly being caught by the race leader who's going to put them off the lead lap shortly. It doesn't help that they've gone quite wide in turn 1, and that gives Austin Tucker a really good look and really good cause to say, you should probably be letting me through here. It's not going to happen at the keyhole this time around, but this is about the point where you start to think maybe I should move aside, and the leader's thinking this guy should probably move aside.
We'll see how it goes. I mean, if I'm in Zoltan's car, I want to stay on that lead lap. I might not give it up quite so easily. He's got 20 seconds. It is honestly constantly impressing me how sideways they're driving that car in really slow motion racing. Whether it's Zoltan or Peter or anyone else who was in there, that was a consistent theme throughout, that the car is always sideways, especially through China Beach and turn 10. Yeah, it's been good stuff. Sorry, 5, 6, 7, not 10. Making sure the rear tires are always sliding is definitely a way to let the to make sure those rear tires stay warm.
No style points, but it is the quick way to drive the TCR cars as well, because depending on how they're set up, depending on how you handle them, but on a hot track too, I think more grip to be had from just a little more slip angle.
I can still remember the season we ran where the fast way to drive the street stocks on road courses was very sideways. Looked like we were hosting Formula D events.
Is Austin Tucker any closer this time?
It doesn't look like he's gained too much. Maybe a few tenths, if that. But he'll want to find his way around him quick enough. 2-1-2. Ooh, wide for Zoltan. Oh, it doesn't look like it. Decides discretion. When you got a 20-second lead, you can be a little bit cautious. And honestly, at the pace that Zoltan's been putting down, Tucker could probably follow him all the way to the end without causing himself too many issues with the guys behind. So he'll be looking for an easy opportunity to pass, I gotta think.
Will it be with a better run off the final corner, mayhaps? A bit deep into the carousel for the third place really slow motion racing car. And Austin Tucker cuts back, gets to the inside for turn number 1, which is where the magic is.
Yeah, we've seen it's pretty hard to hold that outside line without doing a drift that isn't fast. And sure enough, Zoltan gets out of the way, lets Tucker by. And if you're Tucker, it's feeling pretty good. You got to think you got 26 more minutes. You got to drive her to the line, but not a lot of traffic up the road. All the problems are in your rear view. Just find your marks. You can even hear the fans cheering for him.
Yeah, there's a couple around. Plenty of RVs. Anyone got any fun stories with RVs at Mid-Ohio? No? Okay.
I was going to give a little update on our car that's running in last place right now, Drive Trainer Motorsports. Garrett Meyer's back behind the wheel after Andre Jameson had to pit. And by the sounds of things, it was a lack of sound that was at the core of the issues for Andre Jameson. So not able to hear the brakes, the tires, the motor, and that can make it kind of hard to drive, especially when you don't get any of the feel. Also notice Will Nonamaker diving into the pit lane there. Is he out of fuel? Oh, no, just
in 64 laps. Well, just being careful with the pit entry and the speed limit. Might be. He's quite a bit slow. It might not have a pit lane speed limiter mapped or something. It's quite underneath the pit lane speed.
Yeah, maybe he's just doing it for memory. Well, he makes it to his box and he's taking some fuel on now.
He's got his guys on the stand. That looks like a fuel rig, but actually it's full of mustard.
I'm sure they got some malt vinegar for the fries, you know.
It's all for naught in the end, but shout out to the guy driving 4.5 straight hours.
Yeah. Well, you know, honestly, given the length of Nonamaker's career, I got to think that this is hardly the first time that he's done a 4-hour stint. And thinking of some of the old-timey stories, this might be, you know, half of the maximum length he's ever driven. So he's out there having a good time, gotta think.
The classic is the Le Mans that the Whittington brothers won, and they each drove like 30 minutes. And their other guy kind of did the bulk of the race. Austin Tucker's just gone and nabbed the fastest lap of the race. Track's starting to cool off a tiny bit, but definitely with 22 minutes left, that car getting quite a bit lighter.
Yeah, he's finding a bit of pace at this point. A 1:30.7. Ooh, that's a quick one. Getting a little bit of help as the track temp is starting to come down, but yeah, for a guy who decided to go off-roading for the first few laps, he's certainly put down some quick laps.
And especially because no one else is doing that lap time right now. Everyone else is 32s, 33s, and he's like, he has a 30, the fastest lap of the race. It's not like, oh, you know, everyone's picking up the pace and he just happens to be 2/10 quicker than second place or third place. It's like, no, he's just gone and blown them all away on that lap.
He must just be doing a little bit of redemption, you know. You need to make sure the teammates invite you back for the next one.
They started as Spinny Boys, but they end as Spinny Brothers.
Well, while we're out here, racing in the third round of the Endurance Series Championship, it's worth mentioning that the fourth round will be November 4th, featuring the ND Miatas at Laguna Seca. So that'll be your final shot at a $150 Champ Buck prize for the winners of the race. And of course, we'll continue to run the Sprint Series for the remainder of the year. So that looks like September 13th at Mo Sport in the GR86, October 11th, Road America with the Bend in the Mustangs. And then November 22nd, we'll have VIR North in the TCRs again. And finally, the season finale will be the Mustangs at Sebring on December 13th. That'll be a good way to close out the season, I gotta think. And you know, after that, we'll see what you folks think. Of course, we always do our year-end survey, get your feedback, and I gotta say it's been a pretty good first half of the season here for us. Enjoying all the quality racing we're seeing, and the big driver counts that we're seeing at all these races, and the new faces out. 20 minutes to go, and it'll be it's been another good one for us, I think.
You want to hear some fun Canadian trivia about Road America that's not what you think?
Oh, okay, I'm excited.
So we're running the bend layout with the chicane. There's a chicane there because they can't extend the runoff outside of the kink. They can't extend the runoff on the outside of the kink because there's a railway line. The railway line is owned by Canadian National.
Sounds about right.
who inherited it when they took over Stu Line.
Yeah, I was going to say, that makes sense. I can also tell you that the Honda Accord that I race with most often has put some pretty deep ruts on the exterior of that bend there. Last time we were out at Road America.
So after Will Nonamaker stopped, he came out a little bit behind Love Racing here, still ahead of Drive Trainer Motorsport. Might have... Oh, he probably took front tyres based on that stop time for the Team Sailing car, 25 seconds.
Yeah, gotta think so.
Never underestimate what new tyres can do for you.
Yeah, you always feel better with the new set underneath you. But Spinny Boys continues to extend their lead. And up to 24.5 seconds this last time by. Really Slow-Mo Racing is a lap down. Love Racing 2 laps down. Team Sailing 2+ laps down. And Drive Trainer Motorsports 5 laps down.
And here's the thing about the Veloster, right, is it's got, you know, 1 driver's door and 2 passenger side doors, okay?
Yeah.
This is a left-hand drive Veloster. But in Australia, with the right-hand drive Velosters, again, big driver's door, 2 passenger side doors, but it's the other side. Depending on the market, right, depends on which side of the Veloster has an extra door.
I think it would have been much funnier if they decided to make you have a coupe if you're in Australia and a 1 door on the front if you're, in the American market. That is kind of neat. I was thinking, how do you manage the corner weights? You know, like, because you got a B pillar all of a sudden, and an extra door and hinge. And
I think you have a lot bigger problems managing asymmetrical crossweight with, you know, where the driver is and where other systems are than just with, is this sheet metal or sheet metal with a hinge?
It was a strong argument, but still, it's kind of.
If anything, it helps because it's the opposite side of where the driver sits.
I would proclaim that I'm the kind of dummy that probably would have bought one of those tricycles that they sold in Britain, just because I think they're kind of funny looking.
You're a Reliant Robin guy.
Yeah. So, you know.
I think that was very astute of me to work out exactly what the hell you were talking about, Devin.
Well, I would have said the ones that fall over every time you turn them.
Lesser minds still wouldn't have known.
But I think there's a little something in a weird asymmetric beauty, you know.
It was a German spy plane of the Second World War era, consistently described as the most asymmetrical plane to ever fly. Because rather than having, you know, a cockpit in the middle and an engine on each wing, had an engine in the middle and a cockpit on one wing.
I've seen that. The BV141, Google says. I've seen that. That's awesome.
So you're like, did they reassemble it like blind after it had crashed? No. It was designed like that. But yeah, that's far more extreme than the Veloster layout.
The only cars on track that are a little bit close to each other, I'd say, are Tyler in 212 and the Drive Trainer Motorsports car. Got to think that he'll have an easy time getting by, but you never know. 2 cars get close on track.
Is it fair to say that Garrett Meyer's pace has been a tiny bit up and down, though? Because he has had some 132s in this stint. but he's kind of dropped away from that with a 134 and a 133 mids, both as his last lap time. So it's kind of plateaued a tiny bit, and this is where second place is catching to put on a lap.
Yeah, I'd say we've seen Garrett do another stint already, and during that stint, he was pretty consistently in the 33s. And so I think he might actually just be fined in a little bit, more time behind the wheel. I always found that when we did even the 24 hours of Daytona, where I, put in 10, 15, 20 hours of practice, all of a sudden in my fourth hour in the race, I'd find like an extra second and a bit on the track, just because you learned a little bit,
One time when I was trying to qualify for a competition, it was like time attack, just like the same car, the same track, the same weather, just lap and lap and lap and lap and lap. And then you find, if I catch that curb at Tamburello at Imola just slightly differently, then there's half a tenth in that if I attack it just right. And so then you're trying to do that every lap, and then you work further around the lap to like the Villeneuve chicane, and you're like, if I turn in from this point, there's half a tenth there. And every 100 laps you do, you manage to find a tenth. There is always more time out there. It's just I don't normally try to do it like that.
Yeah.
I'm looking for consistency or safety rather than I can crash 99 of these laps so long as I find a way through Tosa that lets me get to the throttle a millisecond earlier. Insane how much time there always is out there if you go searching.
As I say, didn't I think Huge Ass Race Team had a similar experience when they were doing the Formula V downhill at the hill climb, the Mount Washington, when that released on iRacing, and we were competing for the world record.
Tyler Kokeko gets past. He got a better run out of the final corner, and once he had the inside, the position was ceded to him. Not dissimilar to what we'd seen happen before.
Yeah, pretty decent. Zoltan's gone and killed a bunch of cones on the straightaway there, heading down into China Beach.
That's been a habit of theirs to try to shortcut that little kink between the keyhole and China Beach, and maybe send a couple of cones flying, and then you come back next lap and someone's put them all back in place. It's a very Sisyphean task, I suspect.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm curious to know what they did, those cones, but they've certainly paid for it.
I sentence you to 20 years as an iRacing cone. No, please, no.
That's a lot of hits. It's definitely a lot easier to deal with too. I've pulled a few cones out of the diffuser of our race car, and they tend to get stuck in there pretty good. Long story, but when you race on airport runways, they don't. The tracks aren't really tracks in the same way that they are elsewhere. But nonetheless,
Canada, your race cars use the runways, and your aircraft use the raceways.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a bit like that. 10 minutes to go, though. And got to think that the Spinny Boys are feeling pretty good. That gold paint job on their car is looking a little extra sparkly at this point, right? Nothing could go wrong.
You're something special, Devin, but it's about to tick. 10 minutes to go in the 4.5 hours of Mid-Ohio for the third of 4 team endurance races in the ChampCar iRacing Series for 2023. And Spinny Boys didn't lead early in this one. It came to them. They raced their way to the front. They probably picked a pretty good strategy as far as when their pit stops happened with the cautions. And they own the fastest lap of the race at the moment as well.
Tucker's been showing some real consistency since those early struggles. 31s more often than not, and the odd 30 to break things up. So really finding his way around this TCR. And, classic Honda Civic, just go out and race. Doesn't matter if it's a yellow and blue LA SimSpeed or a yellow and green Spinny Boys.
Cheered on by the gargantuan amount of Honda branding around Mid-Ohio, as it's not too far away from some Honda North America facilities. I'm always confused exactly what's where, because I think that their North American head office is in the LA area, and so is some of their design stuff, and so is HPD, but they definitely got some engineers and factories and all that stuff, quite a bit going on in Ohio. Like, I think Hart are from Ohio.
I'm going to have to take your word on it. My depth of knowledge about Honda motorsport development's a little slimmer than yours, apparently.
There's some big blind spots in it, but I know what I don't know.
Honestly, though, it's been a good endurance race, not just consistency being key, but also a little bit of pit strategy playing out. That early pit stop really was critical.
Yeah, remember it sort of split our teams up into sort of 3 different strategy buckets, because they were all on the same strategy from the race start, obviously. I think if it had stayed green, you'd have seen everyone pit at about the same time as well after 90 minutes or a little more. But no. Initially, dramas for really slow motion racing brought out the first caution, and then big dramas for Drivetrainer Motorsport brought out the second one.
Yeah. You'd have spent a few minutes replacing the control arms on that car after they were done with it.
They had a big toe. Is it rear toe out? If the
once the tire is mostly disconnected from the suspension, you got kind of a variable ratio. It goes in, it goes out, it flops all over.
Well, it was both a variable toe and variable camber and variable suspension travel situation going on.
Yeah. But yeah, after a 5th place qualifying effort, the Spinny Boys are leading. Now down to 6 to go. Scratching 5. 2-1-2 Racing comes out for their first time, showing things pretty well.
Whoa, no. Oh, man.
Oh, no.
What on earth is happening for Drivetrainer Motorsport? Turn 1 has been their Achilles heel, and it seems like they lost the rear of the car far earlier through the corner that time.
Yeah, touch the grass. You get a half a tire out there, and, you'll wake up with a surprise as you head into turn 1. Good recovery though. Garrett's learned some tricks after spinning there 2 other times today. Gets himself going again.
Oh, you know what I've just realized?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to a graphic on the ChampCar Facebook page in the coming days that says "Winner Spinny Boy."
Sounds like good stuff.
That's if things stay as they do at the moment and they follow the most likely but not set in stone course of events.
I did watch BMW, what was it, GT4 race.
Yeah.
Ran out of fuel on the front straight at Okayama.
Japan GT4 Cup.
Yeah, there's no guarantees out here.
No, I think about this all the time, and I say it constantly. This is a difference between, if your team's got a big lead in a basketball game or a football game, in the final 2 minutes, very tough to throw it all away. But you could lead the race by a margin and have led every lap. And if your car breaks in the final 2 minutes, then it all, you can go from first to last in that time.
I still see the differential that took that huge ass NA Miata out of the first VIR trip.
It was
all the chunks of it.
A little closer to in the final hour than in the final lap, but still.
The Mid-Ohio has been a good home for us today too, must be said.
Touch and go if this is 2 or 3 laps to go, because there was sort of 3 minutes. No, definitely 3. Definitely 3. There was sort of 3 minutes 30 on the clock when the leader crossed the line, and of course 2 laps is about 3 minutes 4 seconds at the pace that they're doing. So it's just enough that there will be 3 more.
Yeah, Mid-Ohio, good home sports car racing. Definitely on my list of ones I'd like to race around one day. Austin Tucker coming here one of the reasons.
It's got just enough going on for a sort of 2.5 mile track. You can, anywhere that you stand, you can kind of see about a third or a little more of the track, and maybe I wouldn't, but maybe I would get bored of Lime Rock after a couple of laps. But tracks like here, and in a way a little bit like Carolina Motorsport Park, there's kind of length where you're like, oh yeah, pretty short, snappy little lap. So when you get a corner a bit wrong, you're like, it's not too long before I get around and I get another chance at that corner. And in a 2-hour stint or whatever, you get plenty of laps. You get plenty of chances to try each corner, but it's not so short that it feels, repetitive or boring. I think it's a good length of lap for cars like these and for cars like ChampCar.
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm still a bit flabbergasted to learn today that they used to have an oak tree corner around here. I was telling you during the pre-race, it's a little bit of trivia there, but where Thunder Valley is, they used to have another set of sort of swervy corners, including an oak tree corner, just like VIR. And then another oak tree goes and dies, and they change the whole racetrack. Real tragedy.
In memoriam.
Probably need to save the trees. That's what I'm saying.
Always need to go plant more fresh oak trees around the racetracks of the world. Slim chance of a little bit of late traffic for Spinny Boys, but there's underneath a minute on the clock, and they're coming through the carousel towards the start-finish line to start the final lap of the race. Tyler Agostino qualified the car, drove the opening stint. Alex Coffard drove the lion's share in the middle. And now Austin Tucker got off to a rough start in the final stint, held on to the lead by half a second before now extending it out to the 35 seconds where it stands now. He works through the keyhole onto the longest straight of the racetrack that takes him towards the scene of his crimes at China Beach. The clock exhausts, and we will see the checkered flag at the end of this lap. With a 4.5 hour clock over, he's got one last time through each of these corners in the race. The third endurance race of the season for the ChampCar iRacing Series. 4.5 hours of Mid-Ohio. 3 drivers seems to have been the way to attack it for most teams, with 20 or so drivers taking part in this race. They started on the 3rd row of the grid, and as they come out of the carousel onto the pit straight for the last time, they will finish as the winners. Spinny Boys win at Mid-Ohio. 35 seconds back is 212 Racing, but really slow motion racing sit in 3rd at the moment, and they're about to take the checkered flag 1 lap down. The Hungarian trio on debut in the ChampCar iRacing Series snag a podium.
And Tyler Kokeko, representing Canada today, comes through the final 2 corners to the start-finish line and locks in a place on the podium, the 2nd step. Great effort from them. First time seeing them. Looking forward to seeing that rabbit on track.
Last couple of cars, you can see Drive Trainer Motorsport are just ahead of Love Racing here. Drive Trainer Motorsport will cross the line in 6th, end up being scored in 5th. Love Racing will be scored 5th. ChampCar iRacing Series, 4.5 hours of Mid-Ohio. And here is that Team Salem car. Well, my timing screen sometimes gets confused, and it suggests that Will Nonamaker's already taken the checkered flag, but he's not driving like he has just yet.
Yeah, he's finishing out the lap, that's for sure, rather. Either way, without a second driver, unfortunately for them, they've broken the drive time limit rule, so they'll be the last place car for a race today.
Yeah, after completing 172 laps, about 90 of those will be subtracted from Team Salem. Recapping again, Spinny Boys, the combination Tyler Agostino, Austin Tucker, and Alex Coffard taking the win. 212 Racing, Andrew Rasmussen and Tyler Kokeko taking 2nd. Really slow motion racing. Zoltan Dome, Tomas Asboff, Peter Balassa taking 3rd. Love Racing, Colin Lounsbury, Sean Saputra, Nick Love taking 4th. As we just mentioned, only Will Nonamaker for Team Salem will end up getting dropped to 6th, which means Drive Trainer Motorsport will be scored as 5th with Garrett Meyer, Kyle Robertson, and Andre Jamison.
And some entertaining front-wheel drive burnouts happening on the front straight right now.
Spinny Boys by name, Spinny Boy by nature. They've worked for it this time as they put the car in a reverse gear, bang it off the limiter, and try to make some circle work in the grass beside the start-finish line.
Hear, hear.
Well, they're all here, and we can say congratulations, Spinny Boys. I guess Austin's the only one we haven't spoken to at this point. Congratulations.
Thank you.
What were your expectations coming into this race? Because in the end, you guys started 5th on the grid. You come away with the win with the combination of the fastest lap of the race and also some great strategy calls around the cautions.
Yeah, expectations were just try and keep it clean, try and stay at least on the lead lap and keep it in the hunt for the lead at the end. Of course,
get a 0x, which, by the way, I'm the only one that did, so.
Yeah, let's think back a little bit then, Austin, because your clean sheet lasted about half of the outlap. Heart in mouth moment there?
A little bit, yeah. It was, fortunately, I've driven these cars enough. I know how to at least try to keep it out of the wall. I at least had a semblance of knowing what to do. But I thought, if I crossed the track, went to the other side of China Beach, I thought I was just going to go straight in that wall. But unfortunately, kept it out. Didn't drive it off quite as bad the next time. So I learned something. Yeah.
knowing how to get out of trouble sometimes leads you to get into more trouble. Is that true? Is that fair to say?
Yeah. You saw that moment I had on the curb in turn 1. That was, again, probably overconfidence because I knew I could save it. But unnecessary.
And then Spinny Boys by name, Spinny Boy by nature, right at the end there with the reverse gear donuts.
Yeah, those are always fun. They work. I think that's about all I can say. They're not the most entertaining donuts you can hope for, but it's something.
And as we then look forward to the final endurance race of the season, tally it all up, I suspect with a couple of results, Spinny Boys are in for a chance of bagging a little bit more as well.
Are they? Okay, that's good to know. Hopefully, we'll have several of us available for that race. So, when is that?
Yeah, I mean, we'll
November
definitely be
4th.
trying to field a card.
November 4th. We'll see.
Yeah, work willing, I'll definitely hop in.
I'll be here.
Congratulations, Spinny Boys, as we then look forward to the racing still to come in the ChampCar iRacing Series in 2023. A word from all of you in celebration?
Hell yeah, brother. Austin's going to do a shoey.
It was good fun. Thanks for having us. Thanks
Yeah.
to all the organizers for putting it on and all the other competitors.
Definitely love the series. It's great to do some nice enduros with some very instant cars.
Sweet as. Congratulations to the race winners, Spinny Boys, Austin Tucker, Alex Coffart, and Tyler Agostino. Devin, I think we've got the full complement of the 212 Racing second place finishers.
Yeah, I'm here with Tyler, and I am struggling. Rabbit driver Dubbings. Andrew. There we go. No, a great race for you two. First time out, and a great finish.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, guys. It was really fun. Small field, but complaints.
Yeah, no, it was good to have you folks out. You feeling good? It felt like a strategy race that ended up deciding it.
Yeah, 100%.
A little too much fuel in the car on that one stop under caution. Filled it, and then the car did not have the pace on a full tank compared to like a half tank or whatever. And then that final pit stop, we came out. They were right there, but just did not have the pace to match them.
Yeah, it seemed like you guys just didn't quite have enough. Do you think it was car, or do you think it was setup?
Setup, 100%. The understeer was in the car. It was tough to manage. Riding the rear brakes, trying to get the car to rotate.
I believe it.
Dropped the ball.
Looked like you guys were pushing a little bit, but great effort for your first time out, and hopefully we'll see you folks back for Laguna Seca.
100%, we'll be there.
Might have a better setup this time.
Sounds good. Anyone you need to shout out for your performance today?
Shout out to you guys putting the race on, all the other competitors, Andrew over here for asking me to join him and do it, and all the guys watching.
Always a pleasure. See you folks around.
See ya.
Yes.
Well, Devin, great to hear from first and second place after 4.5 hours at Mid-Ohio. You called them out earlier as well. The next race is the sprint race, September 13, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, and all of the details at forum.champcar.org. Never too late to join us. Any time is a great time. And there's another endurance round still to come as well, November 4th at Laguna Seca. What else do the people need to know after that?
Well, only that ChampCar is the best amateur racing series if you want to have affordable, competitive, and fun racing. So it's a pleasure to be able to represent the ChampCar iRacing series in the real world, and we hope that you folks will join us for the rest of the rounds this season. Haynes?
Beautiful. Thank you for joining us as well. David Haynes with Devin Peters with Michael Derby. And congratulations to the winning Spinny Boys in their Honda Civic Type R TCR in ChampCar iRacing. 4.5 hours of Mid-Ohio. We'll see you in not too long for the next installment of ChampCar iRacing Series in 2023.